Welcome back, Truth Seeker. What do you know? Another correct prediction and almost no acknowledgement from anybody. As I said, I was pretty sure the Republicans would win the House as well, even when the news media was saying they would not. And they did hit that symbolic 218, big number with Trump, big number with the Holy Roman Empire, where supposedly the Holy Roman Empire folded 218 years ago. August 6th, 1806, the 218th day of the year. Of course, D.C., the land that was once known as Rome on the Potomac with all the Roman architecture. Right now, all over the news is that it seems Donald Trump is trying to troll America with his cabinet picks. And of course, puppets don't make cabinet picks, and every person that goes in that office is a puppet for Rome. And we're going to prove that further. Tulsi Gabbard is now the nation's top spy. We're going to see what a joke this is. And again, keep in mind, just 2 days ago was November 12th, the Black Pope's birthday. If you don't know who the Black Pope is, it's the Superior General, which is the leader of the Jesuit order that serves the Pope. And no, the Black Pope doesn't mean their skin color's black. It's just what the title is known as. Again, Howard Hunt told us long ago, the CIA are Catholics in action, and the greatest intelligence network is the Jesuits. And just to show you one quick thing about Tulsi Gabbard, and then to go back and play that Howard Hunt clip. Tulsi Gabbard left office, and again, she's going to be the new Director of National Intelligence. Again, September 18th, 1947 is when all these branches were created, the CIA, the National Intelligence Agency. Anyhow, from her departure from Congress, January 3rd, 2021, to her appointment yesterday, November 13th, one day after the Superior General's birthday, one day after they put the Catholic in, Mr. Ratcliffe, to head the CIA, notice, she becomes the Director of National Intelligence 201 weeks after leaving office. And again, I'm a broken record about 201 rituals with this Jesuit-controlled government. And it's very obvious that it is. Again, the federal city wasn't always the Jesuit stronghold of Washington, D.C. It should be plain as day to everyone that the reason George Washington is the first recognized president is because it's when the history started, once the federal city moved to the Jesuit stronghold. Again, 1789, the Jesuits open up Georgetown, the first Jesuit university in the nation, and then a couple months later, George Washington's the first recognized president. It's been 201 rituals ever since. Again, 201, very special number to the Jesuits. It represents enlightenment. Again, if you're new here, we talk about the Jesuits in 201 all the time. There's a reason they moved Inauguration Day to the 201st day of the nation's age, a date that can also be written 20/1. There's a reason we're in the time of the first Jesuit Pope right now, Pope Francis, and he's the first to live in Suite 201 at the Vatican. Again, the Jesuits run this nation, and they run it with the same Kabbalistic rituals day after day. Remember, the founder of the Jesuits, Ignatius of Loyola, his name equates to 201 in Gematria, just like national intelligence, just like the Jesuit order, just like Order of Illuminati, which was a thing, again, founded by the Jesuit Adam Weishaupt. But let's just go back and listen to Howard Hunt talk about the Jesuits being the greatest intelligence network in the world to make it sink in further. And here's this clip.
At CIA headquarters in the summer of 1953, Alan Dulles, the agency's director, recruits E. Howard Hunt as his propaganda chief in the plot to oust Arbenz.
And they took me into a small room in the agency and swore me a special oath. I must never tell what they were going to tell me.
The Americans' strongest ally inside Guatemala is the Catholic Church. The CIA contacts Cardinal Spellman in New York to take part in their psychological war against Arbenz. The Cardinal uses his authority to enlist the full cooperation of the head of the Guatemalan Church, Archbishop Arellano.
Cardinal Spellman convinced his counterpart in Guatemala to issue a pastoral letter several months before the coup, in which the cardinal basically spelled out his message to the flock that they should rise up against the communists in Guatemala and overthrow them. And then the CIA took that pass-through letter and airlifted it around Guatemala.
We had gotten the okay from Cardinal Spellman to go ahead with this. And I wouldn't presume to trace the lines of authority within the Catholic Church, how they get their information, but they do. And we've always said, you know, in an admiring way, that the Jesuits form the greatest intelligence service in the world, always have. The Jesuits form the greatest intelligence service in the world, always have. The Jesuits form the greatest intelligence service in the world, always have.
I noticed whoever put this clip together made it 2:01 long, which is funny. And again, just about Tulsi Gabbard becoming the Director of National Intelligence 201 weeks after leaving Congress. Remember, the CIA was established September 18th, 1947. The sitting pope at the time, Pius, that was the 201st day of his age. Don't forget that Catholic pope equals 201 either. Again, the Jesuits serve the pope. 201 represents enlightenment. Again, there's these numbers are not arbitrary to these people. Enlightenment relates to knowledge. Intelligence relates to knowledge. Again, there's a method to the madness. There's a Kabbalistic understanding to why they do this. But again, the words in the CIA's logo are Central Intelligence Agency, United States of America. And again, I've been going on this panel recently because I kind of enjoy debating with people. And again, if you watch the panel and the people that go up there, a bunch of dimwits, not the brightest bulbs, but they can't really form any real counter argument. They're all kind of getting crushed, even though they can't admit it. But you notice there are people in the chat who are getting it. And that's if anyone's been watching these panels where the panel's pretty bad and seemingly not serious and a bunch of immature doofs, again, the reason to do this anyway is because you are getting information to a new audience and people are getting it. And if you pay attention, this stuff's going on day after day. If you're sitting here going, if you guys don't, sorry, I'm going off on a tangent right now because I've spent the last 3 or 4 days on this channel debating with them and just giving really, truly undeniable examples. And the host is like, I don't know, man. To me, this is like as real as Pokemon. It's like, I don't think that's really what you think. I think that's just what you're saying because you don't have anything else to say. And not to mention he's the same age as me, so I don't even know why he's referencing Pokemon. That's not part of our generation. Nobody my age was playing Pokemon ever. That's a younger generation thing. We didn't come up with this whole Pokemon. That was the little kids when we were growing up. When we were in high school, maybe the kids in elementary school were starting to do Pokemon. But anyway, at the end of the day, you just got to be a fool to think all this stuff's a coincidence. But one more time. Sorry, the reason I went off on a tangent is because when I was explaining this stuff to them, they're like, oh, so you can't just get it all in one cipher? And it's like, no, the point of the 4 base ciphers is so that you can put the motto of the CIA and the full title and words in the Jesuits logo into 201 as well. Again, with the alphabetic order, National Intelligence is 201. Just like how Tulsi Gabbard's been picked as the Director of National Intelligence 201 weeks after leaving Congress. Here, you know what? There's one other thing. Let me show you one other thing about Tulsi Gabbard. I realized I forgot to write this down. I got interrupted when I was making this post last night. Look at what day she took office, you guys. January 3rd, 2013. I want you to see this. January 3rd, 2013. She was appointed yesterday, November 13th. I want you to see that this is a total span of 619 weeks, right? Might remind you of King James and June 19th and all that. But 619 is the 114th prime number, okay? 619 is the 114th prime. It's kind of like how LeBron James equals 114. They call him King James. He won the finals for the Cavs on the real King James's birthday on 619. They put these numbers together. Let's not even get into all the rituals they've been doing with Donald Trump and King James in Cleveland, and now he's back as the next Grover Cleveland. By the way, Tulsi Gabbard was also called as the Director of National Intelligence on the 216th day of her age, the Cleveland area code. So this actually very well could be part of the ritual, but just sticking with national intelligence. Again, 201 weeks after leaving office, a span of 619 weeks from when she first took office, the 114th prime number. So again, I was trying to explain to this panel how these base ciphers work. Some people are getting like, that's so dumb. 4 ciphers, you can make anything equal anything. And isn't it amazing that people say that? It's like, okay, all right, pick a number 1 through 400. You only get 4 ciphers, and you can type in one phrase and make it hit anything 1 through 400. Let's go. You know what I mean? And again, a dummy would realize right there that they're probably not going to put their money on the table and make the bet. I'm going to say, okay, here's the number you got to make the phrase hit, since 4 ciphers can equal anything. Type in anything that'll equal 397. You get one try, otherwise I win the bet. See, the dummies will realize, oh, wait a minute, I probably can't make anything equal 397 because there's 4 ciphers. You know? And remember, just the kind of stuff that we're showing day after day. I was showing you guys how Fox News, the morning of the election, you know, the anchor, it was still at 11:13 a.m. Pacific time that he blurted out, he's like, the Dow's up 404 right now, and that's a good sign for Trump tonight. Like, what? Like, are they trying to mock their audience? Are they trying to let you know what a big rigged joke it all is? Donald Trump missed a revelation like the 404 verses in Revelation about the battle of good versus evil when he runs on Mega, the highest degree of the Church of Satan. Anyway, coming back, here's what I wanted to type in. Again, the words in the CIA's logo. Central Intelligence Agency, United States of America. 201, right? Those are the words in their logo. If you don't know that, you can look it up. It's very verifiable. The work of a nation, the center of intelligence, 201. Again, that's the CIA's motto. And, you know, if you watch me debate with these people on this panel, you can tell a lot of them are low IQs, and then they see something like that. Look, that's so dumb. One was forwards and the other was backwards. That's so dumb. Okay, did the phrase "that's so dumb" did that equal 201? That's so dumb. Let's just again. These are the same. Going, you can make 4 ciphers. It's like, if you have intelligence, you realize. Okay, so 201 is this number that the Jesuits have been using since their inception, when they were created to counter the 95 Theses 201 months after it was pinned. First Jesuit Pope, first living sweet, 201. The history of Catherine the Great preserving the order with 201 Jesuit priests. On and on and on. You look at all these historical facts. You look at this simple code that's based on 4 intuitive ciphers, just like Aleister Crowley would have taught. Whatever you must do forward, you must do in reverse. These ciphers that were put into a book published in 1926, The Secret Teachings of All Ages. Again, to look at all this and it going on day after day, and if your best response is, I don't know, and you have a Make America Great Again hat in the back, which means you support a proud pussy grabber and a total loser of a man. And that's the other thing that they started to do too. They're all a bunch of Trump people, and then they started to say that what I'm doing seems like I'm trying to be a cult leader. Like, no, I'm trying to lead any cult. I'm trying to share information about how the tyranny that rules over us operates, how they mock us every single day in the most obvious ways with the same repetitious patterns. So anyway, now you got your Tulsi Gabbard, you know, your Fox News correspondent who's on every night with, I mean, she lives on Fox News, right? A nation founded by, well, Tulsi Gabbard's actually very symbolic of Donald Trump too, right? She was a Democrat who became a Republican, right? Like all of these people in the administration have this history of being Democrats or Republicans. Trump, J.D. Vance, now Tulsi Gabbard. I mean, these are people in some of the highest positions now in the federal government. And you can't figure out that the two-party system's a big joke. So let's come back to this, because there's an appointment that did not get a lot of attention, and that's who they put in for the Secretary of Defense. And I'm getting the whole Mad Dog Mattis deja vu with this one. It's all the same numbers. This time, though, the tattoos are just overwhelming. And it should remind you again what this nation's really about. We got a new Secretary of Defense with Templar tattoos all over his body. You know what I mean? It's just like, oh my God, we got Crusader tattoos on the Secretary of Defense. I'm going back to George W. Bush. After 9/11, he said we needed to wage a crusade. Now we got a guy that literally has Crusader tattoos on his body, appointed at age 44 to lead the military. And what was he doing before leading the military? He was a news anchor on Fox News. You can't see that all of these are puppet positions. How are you going to go from Fox News to leading the military? And please don't be the dope that says he was in the military. We're going to get into how he was in the 187th and appointed on the Superior General's birthday. We're going to get into that. But a lot of people are in the military and they don't have many skills or intelligence. And again, how are you going to go from Fox News anchor, where you've never even had that high of a rank in the military, to leading the military? I mean, please. It's all symbolism. It's all a puppet show. And again, the day of these appointments should tell you everything you need to know about who really pulls the puppet strings. We're talking about all these major appointments on the Jesuit order's birthday and then the very next day after his birthday, and you still can't figure it out. Still can't figure it out, knowing the history of the Jesuits and what they were warned about. And see, that's the thing that bothers me about the panel. I say to them, listen, look at all this encoding of this number and these rituals, and the historical fact of founders warning about the Jesuits, the fact that Abraham Lincoln literally blamed the Jesuits for the Civil War. And they're like, I don't know. It all sounds kind of dumb to me. Like either you're not a sincere person or you really are just that stupid. And what I've been thinking since I was 18 is that people really are that stupid. And I noticed all my trolls who come here and get butthurt by my words, you guys will always leave a comment like this: man, you really are full of yourself, and you still don't know the Earth's flat. And it's just like, again, the butthurt people are the dumb ones, aren't they? The flat Earth is a psyop put on by Google, who's run by this same Jesuit cabal that runs your government. Again, the reason they did the flat Earth psyop when they did, for all you small-minded people, is because you saw a changing in society about the same time it landed. Trust me, I'm aware of this. I was like the only awake person that I knew, meaning I didn't know anybody who was awake at all from about 2001 until 2010-ish. Like, I could not find an awake soul to talk to about anything, other than a few professors, actually. I take it back. I had a few professors. And outside of the adult world, I couldn't find anyone in my peer group that was awake and understood things. And then Zeitgeist got popular, and by the time 2010, 11, 12 rolled around, a lot of people were finding the Zeitgeist film, and then there were multiple films. And then I was actually like at parties, and people would be like, oh, man, have you heard about this Zeitgeist thing? And I'd be like, whoa. People are now asking me the types of questions I used to ask people. And then next thing you know, a few years later, here comes the flat Earth psyop, and now a bunch of gullible people got sucked into it, and now they've made it their new religion, and now they hate everybody. They're on a crusade against anyone who doesn't accept that the Earth is flat because they saw it on a YouTube video. They were watching Retard from Boston drive down the highway. Hey, you guys see the two suns out today? I saw the two suns. Like, oh, God. You guys know Retard from Boston. He was the only remaining truth channel on YouTube after we all got purged in 2017. His channel went from 10,000 subs to 500,000, preaching the gospel of the multi-suns and flat Earth. Anyway, back to this. This headline's on CNN and Fox News. They've been doing it since last night and this morning. Last night, both networks making sure you see God tier trolling. Again, CNN and Fox will often run the same emphasized phrases on their networks. One trying to appeal more to like a neutral/liberal audience, and obviously the GOP-run Fox News always appealing to the Republicans. But, I mean, do you see the emphasis on God tier? I mean, do we need another 78? I mean, have I not been here since Trump was 74 years old? Because I have. I've been here since he was 74, talking about the Jesuit ritual that's coming with his return at age 78, like the 78 cards in the tarot deck where the top cards are Trump cards, and also the connection to Cleveland as he would become the nation's next Grover Cleveland. I know we've been here for 4 years talking about this. And I've been talking about the parallels between Trump and Grover Cleveland since 2016, so I mean, that goes back 8 years. But ever since he had his convention in Cleveland, I've been talking about it. So anyway, here Trump is now 78. Again, he's now paired up with Elon Musk, who was declared the world's richest man for the first time ever on the 78th death anniversary of Nikola Tesla. And see, this one gets... Again, you see how cognitive dissonance really works in real time when I'm on a panel dropping this stuff and guys are like, well, I mean, I don't think that means anything. Yeah, I don't like. I mean, it's just like if you look for patterns, I mean, you're gonna find them. It's just like, okay, are we looking for patterns, or are we calling these patterns out and then they just keep happening? Because now Elon Musk and Donald Trump are united in the federal government while he's 78 after the massive 78 rituals they've done with both of these men, who are both clearly puppets. And again, I don't think Donald Trump has achieved any of the business things they say he has in his life. Not a single one. Just another puppet on the world stage. You know, just like, I mean, it's obviously Elon Musk hasn't achieved anything that they say he has. I mean, the guy can hardly formulate a sentence. He speaks worse than George W. Bush. Anyone who saw him come out to that mega rally claiming I'm Dark Mega, I mean, it really did look like, when I was in school, there was a special classroom for the special students, the ones that have Down syndrome and whatnot. And I mean, if you saw his entrance to the stage, it looked just like what you would see in that kind of classroom, hopping around like literally a millimeter off the ground, like not. I mean, it's just so gross to watch this. It's like a bad stereotype. You have Donald Trump dancing around just like stiff as a board. You got literally a short bus rider hopping around a millimeter off the ground. It's like, God, can you believe he can only jump 1 millimeter? Is this like White Men Can't Jump Part 3? Getting up stuttering in his I'm Dark Mega? I mean, and what's I'm Dark Mega equal? It equals 78. And what the hell does that even mean? And why are people supporting this? And here I am complaining, rightfully so, about these two stooges that people worship. Go back and look, you guys. We did get purged on June 28th, 2017 from YouTube. It was me and 1,000 other channels all got deleted for the first time on Elon Musk's birthday, right after the chump became president. And Elon Musk doesn't run Twitter. I'm sorry. He's a puppet. He doesn't run anything. We've been proving this in spades. Again, learn this and you'll understand where we're coming from. Look at all the documentation of all the puppet show rituals with the same numbers over and over, and you'll see these people don't run anything. It's the Jesuits who run the puppet show and put these doofuses up on the stage. And they must laugh at how they can get people to worship them. They're like, look, man, we have people worshiping a vain man who still paints himself paints himself orange at nearly age 80. You know, we even put out the staged recorded sound of him and Billy Bush talking about what a disgusting man he is, doesn't respect marriage, uses his status to seduce women because that's the only way it could ever happen. I mean, look at Donald. Just a ugly, sorry lump of a man. Fat slob. Total doofus. And again, it's annoying too, because you just see how the ruling class works. It's like, this guy went to good schools, but speaks like a dumbass. Yeah, it's going to be so good. Yeah, it's going to be the greatest. It's going to be the best. It's going to be the most beautiful. It's going to be so big and beautiful. Oh yeah, they are the worst. It's going to be so bad. It's going to be very bad. It's going to be terrible. It's like, okay, I mean, like, what are we here? It's just, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable to have witnessed this for all of my adult life, from George W. Bush to a second term of George W. Bush to the token black guy to the chump to the slow. And I'm telling you guys don't get it. Joe Biden is not as senile as he has ever seemed. I'm telling you, it's all part of an act. That's why some days he's sharp as a tack and he speaks perfectly coherent and fine. It's how bad our government is, how much of a puppet show it is. It's just all symbolic. He symbolizes a dying nation. That was his role that he played on the stage. Again, not every person in their late 70s and 80s seems like they're about to croak on the spot every day. That was all part of the act. Remember how it was like that, and then all of a sudden one day he comes out and he's like, it doesn't matter if it's been 6 months, 6 days, or 6 hours. Remember when he did that and he just seemed sharp and with it? He was like walking a little more confident. He wasn't doing that slow Joe walk. It's like, so which one is it? Is it the old decrepit man, or is it the cocky 666 in your face with the strut? You know? And people don't pick up on it. People don't pick up on it. They just fall for the show. Oh yeah, he's slow and senile. How's he even running the country? The fact that you think any of these presidents have even ever been running the country shows how slow you are. That's who's slow. Anyone who thinks that these puppets have anything to do with anything, that's who's slow. So anyway, Trump God tier trolling at 78. Everyone, all the networks making sure you see the phrase God tier trolling. And that came from the guy, not to put down guys who wear hoodies, but it is awkward to wear a hoodie in Congress, as George Fetterman does, a guy who was supposedly on suicide watch and also can't speak. These cast of characters they put up there to show you that like literally trying to like show you this is a nation of tards and here's your leadership, more tarded by the day. But anyway, again, Jesuit 78 like Tesla. Elon Musk, I'm Dark Mega 78, again declared. You guys go back and look at the day that he was declared the world's richest man. Supposedly his net worth that day was 191 billion, and Jeff Bezos had fallen to 187 billion. Go, but look it up. January 7th, 2021, the first time he became the world's richest man. If I'm not mistaken, I think Jeff Bezos was 56. Yeah, it was right before Jeff Bezos' 57th birthday, because Jeff Bezos' birthday is January 12th. Bezos turned 56 January 12th, 2020, as the scandemic got underway, where everything was 56. But again, just, he was the world's richest billionaire, supposedly at the time, worth 191 billion. It's all bullshit. And what else is bullshit is to say, when someone's showing you this, to go, oh, I think this is about equivalent with Pokemon. Yeah, okay. You can't be serious. And keep in mind, these are the same dummies that voted in the rigged selection, right? These are the same dummies who haven't called anything, who are part of a cult. I'm sorry, if you're part of a political party, you're part of a cult. To vote for the Democrats or Republicans, you're part of a political cult and under some kind of serious mind control. I had these guys calling me Jim Jones yesterday. Like, Jim Jones? I'm not asking you to drink anything. I'm asking you to look at the ritualism that goes on and why they do this. Why they use Kabbalah in their rituals in the Masonic city where Masonry is based in Kabbalah. And again, I'll remind people, Scottish Rite is 78. The rites of the Scottish Rite were created by Jesuit priests. It's why they share the motto Ad Merum de Gloriam with the Jesuits. Again, the Scottish Rite came to power just like the Jesuits were created in France. By the way, there was some little Catholic dweeb that came on that panel yesterday and got smoked. Didn't have his facts straight. Tried to argue the Jesuits weren't from France, but were from Spain. Just losing on every angle. But what was annoying is he never backed down off his pedestal. He was acting like he was the smarter one, even though he was getting proven wrong left and right. And again, this is the problem with people, you guys. Dumb people will not admit that they're wrong, okay? Dumb people don't allow evidence to move their opinions. And you could never accuse me of that, because all of my opinions are shaped by evidence and fact and critical observations. I know where I stand in this cesspool that we call America, okay? I knew it before 9/11 happened, but I really knew it the day 9/11 happened and the time after, because again, this does offend people. It's like, we brought our friend Jack Talcott on here. The only time he got mad at me, and he got real butthurt, because he took it personally, because he was one of the people fooled by 9/11, but I was explaining that people are dumb. And that's why they believe the things they do and fall for the things they do, including 9/11. Only dumb people fell for 9/11. And if you are one of those people and you're not that person anymore, you're proof that you don't have to be stupid. You're proof that you can find a way to use your mind and evolve. If you fell for 9/11, it's because you were a dumb person. There's no other explanation, okay? You had to be really dumb to fall for 9/11. It was a perfect demolition of two towers that made no sense, where they showed it to you over and over as the buildings turned to dust as they went to the ground. Do you know how much energy that takes for that to happen? A retard will go, well, planes hit the towers. And then you go back to him and say, well, an even bigger plane hit the Empire State Building in the 40s. Did it come crumbling down and turn to dust? Oh, well, it probably didn't have as much jet fuel in it. Jet fuel can't even burn high enough to even begin to melt steel. Go back and look at when the World Trade Centers opened. They did, because they were the biggest buildings at the time. And they literally talked about on the news when they opened about how they were built to withstand commercial aircraft flying into them in case that would ever happen. And why are they thinking about that? Because that's what engineers do. They engineer things to withstand problems. Like out in the West Coast, they build all the skyscrapers now to withstand megaquakes. Seattle's rebuilt its skyline, and supposedly a lot of those new towers could sustain like a 9.0 magnitude earthquake. We'll see if that's true if it ever happens. They say Seattle's the most likely city to get hit with a megaquake at some point in the future because of the fault line that's there. But again, this is all part of the mockery, you guys. It's all part of the mockery, and they know people have forgotten this history. And it's not like the news was bringing that up the day of. It's not like they were going back and showing you the 1973 footage of when the towers opened, and they were talking about how these buildings were built to withstand commercial aircraft flying into them. But you can go back and do that research yourself and see that that's true. And then you can start to understand how you're being mocked. And then you can also do the research of the first footage of the plane supposedly hitting the tower, where they showed it fly right through the tower and come out with its nose intact, and then the screen cut to black. And again, for people who haven't seen that footage, it just goes to show that you haven't used the power of the technology of the day and age. Because those of us who did our homework found all this stuff out very fast after 9/11. And we said, well, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. How can a plane fly all the way through a building that's made out of reinforced steel? How did fiberglass wings cut through steel and concrete? I mean, that would never happen. They would just disintegrate as they hit the building. I mean, there'd be some impact in the wall, but they wouldn't cut through like a cookie cutter. Again, you guys, no planes ever hit the towers. Those were images. And again, dopes will be like, oh, are you serious? Then how did they put it on TV? As they sit there their whole life and watch special effects. As they go to Hollywood movies where they know it's special effects. Do you remember how they didn't have footage of planes hitting the building at first? Again, what was all the initial reporting on 9/11? All the initial reporting is that bombs were going off. Google scrubbed in about 2017-ish, about the same time we all got deleted, in the time of Trump, the white hat. In the time of Trump, a lot of valuable information that was widely available on YouTube got deleted and scrubbed, including all the videos of the firemen sitting out the World Trade Center before it collapsed, covered in soot, talking about how bombs were going off. And there even used to be the footage of the lobby before the tower collapsed, and you could tell it was all covered in dust and crap. How did that happen? The tower hadn't fallen yet. The plane didn't hit into the lobby. How was the lobby floor all full of dust and soot? How? Not to mention, I mean, if you watch the footage, you see the and the dummies will be like, oh, that was the pressure from what was going. Stop. All of us who grew up in the 90s, they used to love to show demolitions of old hotels in Vegas, the King Dome. Just nonstop demolitions was a thing that they used to always put on TV. We saw what demolitions looked like. It looked just like what happened to those towers that fell right into their own footprint and vaporized into dust. Notice there wasn't a huge pile of building left when they collapsed. There was very little of those 110-story towers. And again, we live in a culture where you have to be demonized for pointing out all the facts. Here's another fact. Commercial planes cannot fly at the rate of speed they reportedly flew at that low of an altitude. There's a reason that they go, 40,000 feet up where the air's thinner. If you fly that fast at that high of a rate of speed, the air density will cause the plane to catch on fire. Friction. So, like I say, I mean, if 9/11 is true, if it's all true that the plane flew all the way through with the nose intact, as the original footage said, that it defied physics and the planes didn't burst into flame before they even got to the target. Not to mention, they say the pilots couldn't even fly little Cessna planes. But supposedly they're in the heat of the moment. They hijack these commercial aircraft. Get them right. I mean, think about it. They're how were they even guided to the target? If you take over the commercial plane that set its coordinates to the location, it is on an autopilot. But these weren't the plane destination wasn't the World Trade Center. So these guys knew how to flip the plane in midair. piloted it themselves back to the World Trade Center, defy physics. Boom! Flying so fast, they just cut all the way through. And then afterwards, somehow, some way, I guess the stored energy for when did they turn into dust? I mean, even the first tower that got hit came down second. That's also curious, based on this whole pancake theory. And it was again, the second tower to get hit was the one that came down first. It came down at free fall speed, which also doesn't make sense. And not to mention, one was hit on the corner, so you would have think, okay, if the steel melted, the building would have tipped off and the top would have fell off and destroyed all the other buildings across the street. But that's not what happened. Just came down like a perfect demolition somehow. Somehow they both came down like the same perfect demolition, even though one was hit on the corner. But again, just all these impossible things, physically impossible. And again, what I was thinking is, I was like, where's all the physics teachers at? I feel like there should be physics teachers out on the corner of every street in America going, hey, we need to look into this lie because this is physically, scientifically impossible. Because it was. And see, I understood all that as an 18-year-old. As an 18-year-old, I understood all that right then and there. And then I noticed, seemingly, everybody had fallen for it. I thought, wow, everybody. And I had an English professor, because I started to debate it in our English class, and I had an English professor treat me like I was in high school for questioning the 9/11 attack. She made me sign a behavior plan that I would not speak out and question her in class again. I was ready to drop out as a freshman after this moment. I just thought, wow, I'm here having to, well, I didn't have to pay much to go to college because I was on scholarships. It was minimal, but at the same time, I thought, man, this is an education. But I had another professor that understood what I was saying. And like, yeah, Zach, there's a lot of funny business that goes on in this country. So again, those were really the only people I had to talk to when I was 18 years old, were some of my professors that got it. But yeah, God-tier trolling, I mean, that's what's been going on in this nation. George W. Bush being installed as the president, number 43, and it came down to the state where his brother was the 43rd governor. That's God-tier trolling, especially since their daddy was the 43rd vice president. The 2004 election between two Skull and Bones members, that's God-tier trolling. That was John Kerry and George W. Bush. Barack Hussein Obama, number 44, 44 years after the Civil Rights Act, and we all know what happened to MLK on 4/4, 10 years after Tupac's song Changes, that's God-tier trolling. Obama re-elected, running against the Mormon, the racist religion that says the closer to God you are, the whiter your skin becomes. That's God-tier trolling. Not to mention, who did Obama beat the first time? Senile John McCain. And John McCain might have really been senile. I think his mind was more gone than Biden's is. If you guys don't know about the time that John McCain went through the streets of Baghdad with the entire U.S. military around him and tanks and helicopters flying above, you should look that up. Because he talked about it afterwards. He acted like there was no army around him, no tanks around him, no helicopters above. And what he was saying is that we had made Baghdad so safe that he could just walk the streets by himself. And it's like, okay, either you are a crazy liar or like your mind is really gone, because you literally had like the entire military around you. And if you guys don't know, I mean, what we did in Baghdad, we created a very dangerous place for the people who lived there. And we messed those people up in a bad way. Not only did we murder them, but we turned them into murderers against themselves. Because, again, it's a major religious conflict in Iraq, too. And, again, it's just like how, you have divisions with Catholics and Protestants. You have divisions in Islam. You have different Islamic groups that want to kill each other, and they really stirred that up with what they did in Iraq. And don't forget, the first thing that happened once we invaded over there was all of these ancient museums that have these artifacts that go way back to biblical times. They all just happened to get raided and ransacked, and precious things just disappeared. But then the news media showed you a bunch of brown-looking Neanderthals out there and blamed it on the locals. Yeah, right. You don't think this same Jesuit cabal swept into those museums and took what was in there? It's probably in the Vatican archive. But see, it's easy to fool the dummies. It's easy to fool the dummies. Well, I was watching Fox News, and they showed a bunch of brown-looking Muslims outside the building, as they said that they stole everything in there. Yeah. It's all it takes to fool the dummies. Same ones voting in these rigged selections. And then, by the way, I mean, I didn't even get to 2016, the chump. I mean, are you kidding me? I don't need to explain the chump's selection again, or Joe Biden's again. But do know that we did call them all before they happened, didn't we? We had Trump as the president in 2015, and I doubled down on it at the beginning of 2016 before he was even the nominee. And I do know that I came off it at the end, but all of the initial read was right. Again, the reason I couldn't accept it at the end that it would be Trump is because he was literally beating on his chest and doing the retard thing. And having grown up when Howard Dean went from front runner to last place for going, woohoo! I was just like, okay, if you can't do woohoo and go from first place, if you can't do that, then I don't know how you can beat on your chest and do the retard thing. But I learned a lesson there. I was like, okay, yeah, I guess that just added to everything I was saying about Trump. Just the polarizing guy. He's the Trump card. He trumps everything. He trumps history. I mean, there's nothing that can stop this fool besides Joe Biden and a Catholic ritual in between to set up the Grover Cleveland split term. But yeah, that's all this nation's ever been, is God-tier trolling. And you see the culture of it. I mean, this is what the people now live to do. People want to watch YouTubers troll the other political party. Everyone wants to jump in the sides that were built for them. They built two sand traps for you. One's called the liberal sand trap, and the other's called the conservative sand trap. Which one do you want to kill yourself in? They know the dummies will jump in. I'm trying to keep people from jumping into the sand trap, and people are calling me crazy. You know? If you're somebody who doesn't allow evidence to shift your opinion, you're a form of crazy, okay? Everything over here is evidence-based. All the dummies will come around and go, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. You don't even know what words mean. What? No wonder you're not persuaded. You don't even know the meaning of words. What's to believe over here? What's being left up to belief? Do you realize that the word believe has lie in the middle? And what is the definition of belief? What does believe mean? Here, believe meaning. Here, let's see what it is according to Google. To accept something as true, to feel for the truth of, hold something as an opinion, think, or suppose. I don't think these are good definitions of belief. To believe is something that does not have evidence. If you have to believe in something, it means there's no evidence. Faith, religion, is something you have to believe in. And then you see what believers start doing. Then they start inventing fake history to justify their belief systems. Like, you'll always hear Christians say, oh yeah, there's proof Jesus existed. It's like, okay, what proof? And then it's just crickets. And again, that's what the Jesuits are good at doing too, is manipulating people's psychology, inventing characters that don't exist, building up characters on the world stage. Actually, it's too dark still. But yeah, believe is something where you have no evidence. So when people come here and say, I don't believe you, you're misusing the word. You could say, I don't think what you're saying is true, but then you would have to explain why you don't think what I'm saying is true. You can't be like that little weirdo gas station attendant in his car saying the same three things over and over, which are all easily debunked, but then just keep repeating them because, I don't know, you've been given talking points and you think if you repeat a lie enough times, it becomes true. Again, like the guy who's the most dedicated in the world is the gas station attendant, and he keeps saying things like, Gematria is only Hebrew. It's like, okay, that's easily debunked. Yeah, it's most known in Hebrew, but since there's proof that there's this idea of encoding numbers into words, and it's been in Hebrew, it's been in Aramaic, it's been in ancient Greek, Roman numerals where letters are numbers. These are all evidences that exist in other alphabets. Every day we're here showing the way the code is used in English. Again, to just fall back, because if I say that, somebody's just going to be like, show me where in Hebrew it shows the English value that Jesuit equals 78. It's like, you don't just see what you just said, doesn't make any sense. Why would, in Hebrew, it show the English value? We're talking about how clearly the Catholic Church, who gave us the language and the calendar, implemented a new system based on what became before it. And the evidence is ample, since their rituals are done every day in accordance with the Superior General and Pope, as we demonstrate. But again, there's also a reason that the only guy who's trying to debunk the work is a gas station attendant, a low IQ type of person. It's because it can't be debunked, and he's too dumb to see that his arguments fail every day. So, anyway, moving on. Here, if you guys forgot about the Elon Musk ritual being declared the world's richest man over another puppet, Jeff Bezos, who shoots off dick rockets in tribute to Mike Myers and Dr. Evil. Again, you can see the article right here. Tesla's billionaire Elon Musk now worth $191 billion, and he surpassed Jeff Bezos at $187 billion. And just like I said, billionaire 191, Society Jesus 191, 187. Bezos was 56 at the time. This thing had just happened just shortly before. Remember, the whole virus was a 56 thing. 56 new billionaires made in the time of the pandemic. Nothing but number rituals. It began 56 years after Trump's Jesuit education did the pandemic in 2020. He waited to declare his state of emergency until Friday the 13th, a day associated with the Templars, who were the original bankers, as then he went off to sign on $10 trillion in bank stimulus money, which, again, inflation can benefit the ruling class because it gives them a further leverage over humanity. Their assets rise in value, while everybody who doesn't have assets can now no longer afford them. Again, people don't understand the benefits of inflation to people who have everything. But Elon Musk, again, this ritual was 172 days from his birthday, like the Jesuit motto in Merum de Gloriam. There was a lot to it. So, same numbers over and over. 78th death anniversary of Nikola Tesla. He died January 7th, 43. This happened January 7th, 2021. It's just... we've been documenting all this with these two stooges. I've been talking about Trump and Elon Musk because, again, you guys, see, it's annoying when you talk to people and you see that their ego will not let them concede. That they can't give any ground because they just want to act like they're winning the argument. And I say, don't you think it's weird that they're now aligned? And again, everyone can go back and look and see how Google purged all of the truth channels on Elon Musk's birthday, June 28, 2017. It's a total fact. I was one of them. Donald Trump's, Trump's uncle, Nikola Tesla apartment, here. Oh, here's an article about from 2020. We've talked about this 1,000 times, and we were talking about this before 2020. How Tesla, Nikola, and Donald Trump are all connected. On January 9th, 1943, this is 2 days after he died, 2 days after Nikola Tesla died destitute in a New York City hotel, the FBI called MIT professor and esteemed electrical engineer John G. Trump to determine if any of the belongings in the inventor's estate, which included a purported weapon of mass destruction Tesla called the death ray, would be dangerous if they fell into enemy hands. After a 3-day investigation, Trump, in fact the late uncle of Donald J. Trump, determined there was no risk. It turned out Tesla never actually made his death ray. But again, you can read more about this. It's just, we're living out a script, you guys. These characters on the world stage were chosen long ago. Trump mocked you with his Serta mattress ad from over a decade ago about how they'll never count sheep again, talking to sheep 11 and 9. Like how the first time the election was called for him 11-9, and now the second time he's going to take office with the 119th Congress. And again, you learn the little number code. You trace the breadcrumbs. It all goes back to the church. The numbers all make way too much sense. Hey, when did the Jesuit suppression end in history? Did it end on the 7th day of the 8th month? Do you really think that's an accident? Do you really think it's an accident that the Jesuit suppression ended on the 7th of August? And again, you guys, this nation was formed in that time, along with the Illuminati. The Jesuit suppression lasted 41 years. USA's 41. Remember, the United States of America is 144. Jesuit orders 44. This nation's one giant corporation, 144. You're fired. 144. Remember, this election was 144 days after Trump's birthday. The point I'm making is when the Jesuits came out of suppression, it was 144 days after James Madison's birthday. And James Madison to date is the only 201 president. So you had the 201 present, big with the Jesuits, 144, big with the Jesuits. 144 days after his birthday, the Jesuits come out of suppression on August 7th. So he's like, see, you're cheating, 8-7. Okay, fine. You want to play it that way? Ignatius of Loyola, 87, the founder of the Jesuits. The Catholic Church, 87. When did the suppression start? After the first 201 days of the year passed? Yes, it did. So, anyway, 78 cards in the tarot deck. And you guys, where does the oldest remaining tarot deck known of in existence go back to? It goes back to Italy. Think that's an accident? Again, look into the Crusades and the Templars bringing back all this occult knowledge and the Catholic Church hoarding it. And look into the Catholic Church, their destruction of history, their covering up of history, their rewriting of history. Why is everything leading back to the church in Italy? Again, they didn't invent a lot of this stuff. They took it. Last night, this dope was arguing that, don't you know that as a Catholic, you can't be a Freemason? Yeah. And dopes are the ones who accept all of mainstream information and don't think that it could be put out there as a smokescreen. As you get the first Jesuit Pope, who is, you can look at the photos of him online doing the Masonic hidden hand pose. It's like all in your face. Okay, Catholics can't be Masons, but just so happens that the degrees of the Scottish Rite are shared. The mottos are shared with the Jesuits. Jesuit priests wrote the rites that became the Scottish Rite. You could argue that, okay, they stole that from Jesuit priests and it wasn't meant to be implemented that way. Okay, that's an argument. I mean, that would be your best argument. But then you got to look at the Jesuit Pope doing the hidden hand, which is a Masonic pose, and explain that one away. That's a Photoshop. Okay. And then again, see, the thing is, like, people who don't, like, look, you guys, you can look up, this is all factual. Pope Francis became a Jesuit in 58. He completed his first year with the Jesuits in 59. Benedict stepped down on the 59th day of the year for him. Again, the 59th election, like we called more than a year in advance. Joe Biden elected 46 weeks after the Pope's birthday, when Catholics 46. But Pope Francis, 58 and 59, just like Freemasonry. Freemasonry is also 158, like the Jesuit Order's birthdays, 15/8. The Jesuits created in Paris, France. The Scottish Rite came to power in Paris, France, Jesuit stronghold. Same dope last night who was trying to say there's no connection between Masonry and the Jesuits and the Catholic Church was the same one who didn't even know that the Jesuits were from France. And then once he was proven wrong, couldn't admit that he was wrong. Once he was proven wrong about how it was proposed that the Catholic Church... If you missed what I was arguing with this dope last night, he just kept proving himself wrong, and then he every time he was proven wrong, he would just move on to the next thing. And just, again, that's what's annoying about people. That's what's annoying about people. They can't admit when they're wrong. And when I'm wrong about things, I'll say, oh, I screwed up here. That wasn't right. My bad. But most of us can't admit that they're wrong. And it's just like my sister. My sister reminds me of that panel. My sister, it's like no evidence moves her opinion on anything. All of this is just crazy, kooky nonsense. Doesn't matter how many times it repeats itself, it just stays crazy, kooky nonsense. She's going to continue to listen to George Stephanopoulos, Oprah Winfrey, and Martha Stewart. That's where she gets her information from. That's not kooky. Oh, man. But, okay, I haven't even got to what I need to talk about. I'm rambling. How far into this damn thing am I? Almost an hour, and I haven't even got to the point I want to get to. Pete Hegseth, Fox News anchor, with a Templar tattoo on his chest, has been made the Secretary of Defense at age 44. And let me see. Where do I want to start reading this article about what's on his body? Okay, so talking about the symbol that's on his body, it says it's not only religious. This is the Jerusalem cross that's on his chest, which you can see in the thumbnail for the video here. The Jerusalem cross has always carried a political valence. The Jerusalem cross was used as the emblem of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. And again, this is Trump's guy who declared Jerusalem the eternal capital of Israel, and who is the first Republican president since the last one, which was George W. Bush, who said we needed to wage a crusade in the Middle East. and who comes from Skull and Bones, where they get their symbolism from how the Templars bury their dead. And again, the Templar cross is right in the middle of the Jesuit Order's logo, and this guy was appointed on the Superior General's birthday, November 12th, the same day Trump put in his CIA director, Catholic-educated Notre Dame grad, when the CIA is known as Catholics in Action. The Kingdom of Jerusalem from the late 13th century onwards. You may have seen it in Ridley Scott's The Kingdom of Heaven, because Americans don't know anything if it's not outside Hollywood. It has made its way into a variety of contemporary far-right Templar myths. All this is left unmentioned by Hegseth, and it's far from the only ideologically charged tattoo on Trump's Secretary of Defense nominee's body. Hegseth's right arm is covered from top to bottom, and most of the images draw from Revolution-era propaganda, primarily associated nowadays with the Patriot, rhetoric of militia movements, and QAnon. Remember, QAnon equals 201. 3 of these are, and don't forget, just out here in Washington State, they had the QAnon rally on April 19th, 2020. And again, I attended that and woke up quite a few of those people. April 19th, the day Ignatius Loyola was recognized as the first Superior General. Ignatius Loyola, 201. A lot of fateful things in history. The Revolutionary War began, Waco, OKC, and the massive 201 Timothy McVeigh ritual. 3 of these are clearly visible in the cover photo for one of his books, American Crusade, the year 1775 in Roman numerals, We the People, in a stylized colonial script, and an American flag with a modified M4 superimposed over the lower bars. He also has Ben Franklin's famous Join or Die cartoon, the chopped up snake representing the fate of the non-unified colonies on the underside of his forearm. Again, all of this stuff is like, a lot of it's empty symbolism. They're trying to make it seem like, oh, there's some big, real gun guy, because of course the left, and not even the left, let's just say both sides of the political aisle want to undermine the Second Amendment. I mean, I don't know what Donald Trump truly more is, a Democrat, which was pretty much his whole life, or now the stooge in the Republican Party, who's the latest Ronald Reagan, who went from the Democrats to the Republicans. If you don't know that about Reagan, he was a Democrat his whole life, became Republican, became the 33rd governor of California, and then became president. So all these parallels with Trump and Reagan. Hollywood actors, ran on MAGA, the highest degree of the Church of Satan, went from the Democrats to the Republicans when they took office. But again, Trump is on the record saying, I like take the guns first and due process second, which means he doesn't care about the Second Amendment. He's not a Second Amendment guy. He's I think truly the fairest term for Trump is he's a fascist / communist. And for anyone's like, how could you call him a communist? I mean, how couldn't you? Did you not see what happened when he was president? How he ushered in the banker agenda and chose where you could worship or not worship, and what businesses were allowed to remain open. Essentially, the state had all decisions over business, spiritual. I mean, that's communism. It happened under Trump. And if you missed what we learned about Trump and the Manchurian Candidate, how that book came out exactly 4,700 days after he was born, 4700. Again, that book's about a guy who's used to trick people into ushering in communism. So, I don't know. Seems like it's all there to me. And based on what he did in his last term, I mean, it just makes more sense than ever. And if you don't get it, I'd say it's because, again, you're one of these special kinds of stupid. Join or Die cartoon, the chopped up snake representing the fate of the non-unified colonies on the underside of his forearm. On his shoulder, he has the insignia of the 187th Infantry Regiment, in which he served. His elbow is decorated with a circle of stars, and the crook of his arm features a pair of cross muskets. Here, 187, you guys, the 187th, really. And he was appointed on the Superior General's birthday. This is a major number with the Jesuits and their rituals and what we've been talking about. Trump. No, let's not forget that from Trump's birthday to the Pope's birthday is 187 days. Remember when he first spoke in Cleveland in 2016, he did so on the 18th day of the 7th month, 187 days from Inauguration Day. But again, Society of Jesus 187, like Washington, D.C., their stronghold. And that same cipher, Abrahamics 187, as in the Abrahamic religions that are based in the Torah, which is 187 chapters. Other things that equal 187, Holy Roman Empire, Brotherhood of Death, that's Skull and Bones, Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, George Washington, things I'm forgetting right now. But seriously, guys, I mean, it gets annoying. It's like, last night when I was on the panel, I put up with a lot of shit, but something that provokes me is when I have a fat slob talking shit to me. I don't put up with that. I grew up in a time where we used our fists to settle our problems, and I really do think we need to bring that back too. I don't like how that's been removed from society. I don't like how if you whoop somebody's ass who has it coming, you can end up in court and sued and in a lot of trouble in a jail cell. To me, that's all bullshit. People should be allowed to solve problems with their fists. I'm not saying fighting is the best way to solve problems, but there's a time and a place. And for example, when some fat, sloppy loser gets on the screen who looks like the Marshmallow Man, and you're laying down nothing but undeniable facts, and he comes on and says, you sound like some kind of schizophrenic weirdo, it just triggers something in me that comes from the generation that I grew up in, where I'd put a fat fucking loser like that right on his back. And when I said it, that's exactly essentially what came out of my mouth, but I censored the F-bomb because the guy whose channel I was on doesn't like the F word. He immediately said, if you came at me, I would shoot you. Which caused me to say, oh, if that's how we're rolling, then I'll just come with the shotgun with the 3.5-inch shells and it'll be close casket. And again, I would like to do that, you guys. And see, I think that's actually the real problem, is that we have not only been dumbed down, but we've been pacified and we've been made into these weak things that don't think we're allowed to use our God-given abilities that have a time and a place. Let me ask you this. Why do you think Creator made it so that man is so easily killed? I really want you to think about that. Creator, if there is a creator, and I do believe there is, why did he make it so that man can so easily be killed? Why is that? Why didn't he make us like, I don't know, like Teflon Don, you know? Why did he give us all these vulnerable body parts? Why did he make it, sorry, masculine. I don't even know that creator's a he. Well, just creator. Why? Do you think the creator knew that people can go the wrong way? And they might need to be purged. They might need to be gotten rid of because they are truly cancerous to society and they can make this a very bad place. When I see some fat, sloppy loser, and if you saw this guy's face too, I mean, like if you think of a pedophile, you kind of think of like that gross facial hair. It's like somehow pedophiles tend to have that. This guy had that too. He was this fat marshmallow with these little whiskers here and there. Going, hey, you look like some kind of schizophrenic weirdo. I'm just like, dude. I wish I could put you in the ground right now. I wish this was the Wild West. I would be feeding you to the hogs. You would be hog food right now already. I wish we were talking in person. You would be literally fed to my hogs right now. That's what would happen. And see, again, I think the problem with society is that people think what I'm saying right now is bad. You guys have to ask to how we got to this bad of a place where people are so unaccountable and run their mouths and feel like they can get away with it. Again, a lot of parents know this too. In this age of you can't give your kid a spanking, you've seen how children have become like crazy, like they know they can get away with murder. Again, it's better to teach your children to do the right thing without a spanking, but sometimes a spanking is due. I got spanked one time growing up, and I was being a sassy little brat, just like uncalled for, I remember getting spanked one time, and I do remember I was kind of acting up, and I didn't do that anymore. And you don't understand your parents' frustrations either. It came from Dad. Dad was probably not in the mood, and he didn't want to deal with little Zach's bullshit, so Zach got a spanking. But see, at this day and age, I'd grow up in the school, and your teacher might be telling you, hey, if your parents ever give you a spanking, you let us know. We'll call CPS and take care of it. And now you might end up in the group home, and you might be dealing with a lot worse things than Dad's spanking. But at the same time, it's like there's a reason that we got these fleshy bottoms, and the parents learn to give the spanking sometimes. Yeah, the other thing my dad used to always do, it never happened, is he'd take off his belt and snap it. Be like, you want the belt? I'd be like, I definitely don't want the belt. But again, there's a time and a place. There is a time and a place for violence. There's a time and a place for killing. The people who rule over us, again, and ritually sacrifice people and start wars that end up in a lot of death and all this evil, they deserve to be killed. Just like some fat fucking loser who doesn't know his place, he deserves to be killed. And if you think I'm wrong, I know you're wrong. I know you're wrong. This place is so overdue for a revolution, and it's so overdue for a purge of the losers. Again, I just want you to think about this fat man. Again, what's the point of this fat man? Is he satisfying any women? Guarantee that's a big no. Is he filling up the sewer with his oversized shits from sitting there munching on Cheetos and playing his video games all day? I guarantee that's a big fat yes. Is he a contributor to society in any way? I already know he's not. Hanging out online, trolling people on panels. I'm sorry. These people don't need to be breathing. And if you think man is not in place, it's not man's call, you're wrong. If you think the only person who can make a call on that is this mythical person in a book that's made society dumber and dumber and kept them waiting for false heroes that are never going to come, you're also part of the problem, okay? You're part of the problem. A lot of people need to go. They do. And the cabal knows that. And that's why they etched it in stone for 42 years. And they're tricking people into getting rid of themselves through experimenting in pokey-dokes and whatnot. But yeah, I do worry about how dumbed down society is, how indoctrinated they are on so many levels, and how many just like bullshit ideas that they've subscribed to. Like man shouldn't be taking out pieces of shit. Because they should. It's way overdue. It's way overdue. All right. Coming back to this guy with the 187 on his arm and the Templar insignia, appointed on the Superior General's birthday, which, again, this retard class of human beings would all say is a coincidence. And that's because they're a retard class of beings, and they don't need to be here either. They don't need to be here either. Needs to be a purge of the lessers. Way overdue. Now, about how they're making this point that this new Secretary of Defense might as well be a modern-day Templar. I mean, just read it and weep. Secretary of Defense, 85. The Jesuit motto, Isus Hominum Salvator, 85. Templar, 85. And again, a dope would say, oh, those aren't even the same cipher. Hey, how could you ever get one word to have the same value as a phrase? Could you do that? I mean, it'd be a pretty hard thing to do. It'd have to be a word with a really big value and a phrase with a very few number of letters. I mean, there's probably a few things like that. But again, this is why the system was built the way it was. And see, what you need to actually explain is how is it that the Jesuit order's logo is the sun with the letters IHS for Isus Hominum Salvator right below the Templar cross. That's what you need to explain. And you also need to explain away what I've been explaining for over a decade, that Bush said we needed to wage a new crusade in the Middle East after 9/11. Again, when 2 towers became 0 before they became 1. And how we invaded Afghanistan on the day leaving 85 days left in the year. Because isn't this more proof of what I've been saying? Just like how the ritual that's going on in Israel also began on October 7th, the day leaving 85 days left in the year, as they're now crusading Muslims again. Started in Gaza, now it's expanded all over the Middle East. And Trump's going to get in there and say he participated in no new wars when he spent his whole presidency bombing Muslims with drone aircraft. Just a cowardly way to fight. A cowardly way to fight. Don't you guys see how cowardly it is to fight this way? The way our nation now fights with these drone aircrafts with kids who grew up playing video games. See that fat kid that looks like the Marshmallow Man. That's the kind of military position he'd have. He'd be in a little trailer with his remote control, like he grew up on Call of Duty, bombing Muslim people from tens of thousands of feet in the air. See, that's how they can breed a society of feminized losers like they have, and still be the greatest fighting force because of technology. And again, I mean, you just got to look at all these things. I mean, these people are mad clever who are ruling over us, but this is how we're fighting our wars now. And then you can have Trump there saying, oh, I didn't fight in any wars. Yeah, I increased drone bombing and killed a lot of Muslim people with my policies, but that doesn't count as a war because they never retaliated against us. See, that's the evil empire right there. You're a big bully. You know that you are so superior that you can just torture people and not even have to worry about the repercussions. And then you can even campaign on you didn't start any new wars when you did all kinds of bombings of Muslims for your whole time in office. And you went over there and, you went over to Jerusalem for Jerusalem Day before you stopped at the Vatican in the perfect ritual on May 24, 2017, delivering the Pope the lotus flower when Kamala means lotus flower, and then he defeats Kamala in the rig selection for his Grover Cleveland split term. Again, that was the 144th day of the year, just like how the election, the day that he gave the Pope the lotus flower was the 144th day of the year. Jesuit Order 144, you're fired 144, the United States of America 144. And then he wins the reselection 144 days after his birthday. All things we've been talking about for a long time. This guy right here. This guy right here. Dr. Savage, why don't you come on the stream? Why do you come on the stream? You know what? If we're ever in the same place, we can box. You've been asking me to box you for years. If we're ever in the same place, we can box. Okay? I can throw hands. I don't know if you're bigger than me. That's not going to worry me either. I fought people bigger than me. I'm tough, and I can throw hands, and I'm probably quicker than you. So, again, if you want to box someday, we can. But here's what I really want you to do. I want you to come on the screen, and I want you to let me know that, again, what your real problem is. I want people to see that you're evidence of the psyops. Again, you nearly killed yourself a few years ago. I asked people to pray for you. I was nice to you. And you got real butthurt that I wouldn't agree with you that the earth is flat. So now you sit here and troll every day. You're mad that I don't agree that the earth is flat. And now every day you're talking shit and you're saying, come box me. We can box someday. That might be the event that gets Gematria popping. We'll have the Gematria UFC. We'll see who the toughest guy is. I don't think it's going to be you. All right, here comes Dr. Savage. All right, here he is. I do like that he showed up. Hold on. Let me drop this from the screen so we can get Dr. Savage up here. Thanks for coming on, Doctor. Hold on. Let me make sure the audio's right, too, so you're not echoing. Hold up.
Hey, I'm glad I got your attention, finally. So, what's your problem with me, dude? Why you always gotta run your mouth and talk shit and then never apologize? And then when somebody comes back at what you say, no, don't cut me off. Let me talk, bitch.
You asked me a question.
Let me fucking talk.
Oh, okay, fine.
Because you always interrupt everybody and never fucking let them talk.
You asked me a question.
You talk shit about everybody, and then when they respond, you act like we're the ones starting shit. We're just responding to your fucking mouth because you always run it. And you always talk shit. And you never apologize. You never, ever, ever apologize to any of the channels. And then you sit there and act like you're the fucking greatest thing since sliced bread. Dude, I'll beat your ass. Get your fucking subs to fund a boxing match. Set it up. We'll meet. I'll beat your fucking ass, dude. I'm less than a year younger than you. Look at me. I'm not fat. I'm about probably your size. Dude, I will beat your ass.
I doubt it.
I guarantee it. Set it up. We'll prove it. And guess what? If you win, I'll donate 10K to anything you want. GematriaEffectNews, charity. I don't give a fuck.
Don't give a fuck. You want to wipe your nose?
I'm outside. It's kind of fucking raining and cold as shit here. But that has nothing to do with it. You're going to be wiping more than your nose when you fucking fight me, bitch. You're going to need an ambulance, faggot. You're going to need an ambulance, faggot. And you won't fight me because you're scared. And you'll probably cut me off and end this stream and delete it. Because you know damn well your stupid ass cuck subscribers don't want to see you get your ass kicked. And they won't even give a few donations to buy a $100 plane ticket to set it up. Why should I have to fucking pay it? You ran your mouth first, bitch. So I'm going to end it. I'm going to beat the fuck out of you. You threaten to shoot me in the head? Come fucking do it. Come fucking put a bullet in my head, big man. You ain't putting a bullet in nobody's head, bitch. Wild West days, you would have got your ass killed in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. You're a pussy, dude. You are a pussy bitch. You make empty threats on the internet and think you don't ever have to answer for them.
Give me an example of what you're talking about.
Give me an example. You've talked shit about everybody. You've talked shit about me, telling me I needed a bullet in my fucking head. And then when I do a little target practice saying, hey, come put a bullet in my head, and I show you I'm a good shot, then you turn around and lie and say I threatened you. I didn't threaten shit, bitch. I said come do it, and you didn't do shit. You're a fucking piece of shit, dude. Kill yourself, faggot.
It wasn't
Kill yourself. The world would be better without Zachary retard Hubbard lying to everybody every fucking day, blowing his own fucking dick, thinking he's the baddest shit. You're a fucking pussy.
Are you done?
Bitch.
Are you done?
Yeah, let me let you start talking. Because you're just gonna say dumbass shit. Oh, he's a flat earther. Well, duh. We are in a fucking heliocentric model, dumbass. Heliocentrism equals 201. And you don't think that's fucking sketchy? Is started being taught in Jesuit colleges in the 16th century first? That doesn't bring a fucking enlightenment here? Oh, shit. Yeah, we're obviously on a spinning ball when they have to fake it all the fucking time. You don't even want to question it. People are stupid for questioning the known liars. What the fuck? Everything's fake, but their heliocentrism model? You're a fucking piece of shit.
Okay, do I get to respond yet?
It's your show. You usually cut everybody off. I can't believe you're letting me talk. Because you're probably fucking scared. You probably pissed your pants and can't move.
Not at all. I feel like you're just making my argument for me. Again,
yeah, I'm
you
making
came
your
on
argument for you.
here. Listen, you show up in my chat every now and then talking shit. I don't ever show
because
up in your
you
shit.
have never apologized after talking shit first, bitch. And that's all I ever did. I tried to bury the hatchet many times. At least 100 times I tried to bury the hatchet, and you always turn around and talk shit every time. And I've had it, dude. That's why I said let's box. Put your fucking money where your mouth is, bitch. Quit talking shit.
Come to that
fucking prove it, bitch. I will wreck you. And you know damn well I will, because you know you can't fight. You know you can't fight, dude. You're a pussy. You got thrown down by Antifa. You can't fight. I'll let you fight bare knuckles, and I'll wear gloves. I'll have you knocked out in 15 seconds, dude. 15 seconds. You aren't the shit, dude. Quit acting like you're the shit. You're a human being. You're fallible.
Can I respond?
You're fallible. You're not perfect. Quit lying to your audience. Quit stealing their fucking money.
Insane? Savage. Again, you came here and said that I talk shit to you, but here's how the way I remember.
I'm so poor. Look at all my vehicles. Look at them. I live on 4.5 acres. I'm so poor.
I don't know anything about. I've never talked about you being poor.
You're stupid ass fucking commenters who are brainwashed by by this dumb shit you say because they're cucks for you because they have no mind of their own. They're just as bad as voters. They're just as bad as voters. They believe everything you say. They don't question anything. Anything that contradicts you, they don't question. You say, flat earth, stupid. Instantly, they don't even do any research.
I disagree. Again.
Oh, you disagree?
You came in here and accused me of talking
shit. I didn't accuse shit. I called you out.
Again, Dr. Savage. I remember when you got injured in your dirt biking accident. And
yes, because I can ride a dirt bike unlike you. I can ride a dirt bike unlike you. I'm not scared to get on things. I get off the computer.
It's not that hard to ride a dirt bike. I didn't know that was a hard thing. I did that when I was like 11 years old.
Have you ever rode a 450?
Is that like a big motor?
Is that like a big motor? Yes.
I'm not a dirt bike guy. Must be.
Yeah, exactly. You don't. So why is everybody talking shit? It takes a lot of skill to ride a fucking dirt bike. Professionally.
Okay, I didn't make fun of you for getting injured. I'm just going
back
you did.
Yeah, you did. You talk shit and say I have brain damage. I don't have fucking brain damage. I got a concussion, dude. And I broke my fucking neck and broke my face and shit because I get off the internet and do things. I lived, though. I fucking lived. So what is that? Oh, that's a fucking fuck you to me? Oh, yeah, you're a piece of shit. You lived an accident.
Again. I'm just trying to go back to the timeline. You got injured.
No, dumb King Richard sounds when he talks shit about that. Oh, you busted your head. Dirt bike. That's a cut down. Come on, dude. That's like saying, oh, you dunked the basketball, you fucking loser.
Listen, can I ask you one question? Can I get through it before you interrupt?
Yeah, you don't like it, do you? You don't fucking like it when people interrupt, do you?
I'm pretty cordial with people and usually let people talk, but when they go on and on and on, I get fed up.
Okay.
So
keep trying to save face.
I'm just trying to go back in time. There was a time when you were a supporter of this channel, and you became a non-supporter shortly
when
after
you attacked
your injury.
me. When you attacked me, started saying I needed a bullet in the head for being a flat earther, and then you said all Christians need to die because you knew at the time I identified with Christianity. Even though I tried to fucking expose that whole fucking religion, but you don't want to give me credit for any of that.
I'm going to put you in the back room for a minute so you can listen. I'll bring you back on, but you're not allowing me. Again, here's what I want you to listen to. You're in the back room so no one can hear you right now. But listen, and then you can respond to this. You were a supporter of this channel. You used to leave comments like, because of Zach's knowledge, I've won thousands of dollars off decoding NASCAR. This guy did his own decodes and hit some nice NASCAR picks. He used to be a supporter of the channel. He used to give super chats. He did have an injury. I asked people to pray for him. And then shortly after that, he got really, and the thing is, I've never been a flat earther. I mean, I've always been against the flat earth thing, but sometime after his injury, he got really upset about me going after the flat earth. And realize there's people here who know that I don't like the flat earth, but they just disregard that because they want to believe in the flat earth, but they like the rest of the thing I do. You're the one who chooses to get offended about me ranting about how stupid I think the flat earth psyop is. You choose to get offended by that, and then you choose to make, that's a choice you're making. Could I be nicer about what I think about flat earthers? Sure. But the reason I'm not nice to flat earthers is because it's not a nice movement. It's a trollish movement. It's the kind of movement that wants to attack people and call them names when really it's like these people need to look in the mirror. The earth isn't flat. And to address your point that you just made about the Jesuits in the 16th century and heliocentrism and all the 201s, I get that, but that doesn't mean that the earth is flat. And a lot of things that are taught in Jesuit universities are 100% true. They have some of the best universities in the nation. He dropped out of the back room, so I guess he didn't want to come on and address these things. Again, everything the Jesuits do isn't false. I mean, the Jesuits are very sophisticated. They brought about a lot of the advancements in the world. They're super technologically advanced. There's a reason they rule over us. Are they serving demons? Is this where they get the power from? I mean, that's a whole nother debate, but none of your arguments are logical. So anyway, I can't bring him back on because he dropped out. So, but yeah, you guys, there's so many people like him. I mean, you saw him. He had like a 2-inch long snot rocket coming out of his nose and isn't even aware of it. And again, just projection. He was threatening to kill me when I went to Oklahoma City. Other people were worried about it, and I told him, don't worry, he's not going to come kill me. He's talking shit online, and he didn't show up and shoot anybody. But then he's on here saying, I threatened to shoot him. It's like, dude, that never happened. You threatened to shoot me. God. I've never, ever specifically gone after him or a lot of the other butthurt people. They get butthurt about the things I say, and instead of battling the points, that they come with stuff like that. So allowing him to be on here just reminds you of a lot of the people who spread false rumors about me. He's one of them. He spams all over everybody's channel, all this false stuff. That's what it looks like in person right there. That's one of my top critics. And again, he used to be a supporter. So, and again, a part of me wonders if that traumatic injury had changed him because it happened after the injury. He wasn't like that until the injury. Okay. All right, coming back to this though, the guy with that's the new Secretary of Defense with the Templar tattoos and the 187 on his arm and appointed on the Superior General's birthday. Peter Brian Hegseth, born June 6th. So here, let's just top it off. From the day that he was born, his birthday anniversary, to the appointment on the Superior General's birthday was 159 days. I mean, How many more 159s do we need to how many more 159s do we need to see with Trump? This has been going on. That's the other day. How about Vivek dropped out 159 days after his birthday and endorsed Trump, and now he gets this branch with Trump and the Department of Government Efficiency with Elon as Dogecoin surges to a record high. Oh, if the baby was here, I wouldn't even be on here right now. Sweet lady, the baby doesn't want to come out. So the doctor, he's giving her until Saturday to see if it'll come out naturally, and he suspects it won't. But he thinks on Saturday, if it doesn't come out by then, they need to medically induce. So we'll probably be in the hospital all weekend. So you probably won't hear from me this weekend. And if it comes out on Saturday, that's going to be the birthday. Sadly, it wouldn't be totally natural. I find that interesting that I guess it's pretty common for a lot of women at this day and age with their first baby, they need to be medically induced. I don't feel like it was like that for our ancestors. And yeah, it's just so many things. Again, we live in a world that's just so poisoned, but Sweet Lady is a healthy person and the baby's huge. The baby's huge. That's what I'm a little bit worried about. They estimated that the baby's about 11 pounds and Sweet Lady's very tiny. And it's crazy because I've been telling you guys about how, she's being born in the 11th month and we've been together for over 11 years now. And now she's supposedly going to have an 11-pound baby. We'll see what the official weight is, but it might have to end up being a C-section because she's tiny and an 11-pound baby's huge. So I'm a little bit worried about that. And it's funny because Sweet Lady just keeps seeing 11/11 since forever. So she was thinking that must be the day it's going to be born. But obviously that passed. I was hoping it was going to be born on 11/11 too. Because like I said, that's my favorite author's birthday. But now I'm like, man, maybe all those 11s will be how big the baby's going to be. Yikes. So, yeah. We're going to the hospital early. Unless it pops out before then. I kind of hope it does. I kind of hope somehow, some way it pops out before then, but we'll see. By the way, just coming back to the actual topic here, the man with the Templar cross, who's now the Secretary of Defense, appointed 159 days after his birthday to join the Donald Trump administration because all these characters are just right for the part. Again, just remember, New Testament has that 159 connection too. Trump was number 45. Holy Bible equals 45. Now he's number 47. Again, Christian is 47, right? Holy Bible's 45. Make America Great Again is 404. And he also has Matthew 10:34 on his body as well. 1034, kind of like the 134 and Make America Great Again. But the 404 matters because that's how many verses are in Revelation. And Matthew 10:34 is, he came to bring the sword. And again, a very interesting verse there from Jesus. And a lot of people say, well, what he really meant there was the word. Well, it's like, well, the word is used all over the Bible. So why in that verse is it sword? And that's why religion drives me nuts. And religious people who just want to interpret scripture any old way that suits them. Like, okay, so words all over, but here he said sword and it just meant word. Okay, got it. And isn't it interesting, though, how sword and word are very similar words? You just put an S in the front. Also, notice how Pete Hegseth equals 55 and 44, whereas military's 44 and 55. He's 44 years old. Remember, the Gregorian calendar was implemented on the 55th day of the year. The war in Russia started on February 24th, the 55th day of the year, which is also the Franciscans' anniversary, and the Franciscans were the precursors to the Jesuits. But let's not forget, Secretary of Defense equals 193, which is the 44th prime. And I just want to go back to when Donald Trump fired Mad Dog Mattis. Who remembers? Hold on, I got to see who's got the memory in the chat. What did John McCain ask Mad Dog Mattis when he was being sworn in? Who remembers what his question was? John McCain, who was alive then, he asked Mad Dog Mattis a question when he was being sworn in. Who remembers what it was about? I'm looking at the chat here for a minute. Who's got it? What did John McCain ask Mad Dog Mattis about? I'm going to see if anybody in the chat's got it. Because something I worry about with this community is you guys don't really even listen to anything I say either. I just got to be honest. I don't see anybody remember the things I talk about. I see my trolls hating on anything anytime I get something wrong, but I never see anyone say like, hey, congratulations, you were right. Again, I've been talking about, Trump winning the House as well with the 218. And sure enough, again, if you guys missed it, yesterday, the day leaving 48 days left in the year, like Donald Trump's 48, like Trump's 218, the House gets to 218 votes. It goes to the Republicans. The Republicans got to 218, but it was also it's now the 48th time in history that a political party's had the Oval Office, the House, and the Senate. Just happened to be the 48th time in history on the day leaving 48 days left in the year when Donald Trump's 48, Cleveland's 48. Same numbers on the screen when the election was called for Trump back in 2016. He had 48% of the vote. Hillary was stuck on 218. Trump had 248. Like now he's Grover Cleveland while the country's 248 years old. But yeah, hold on. I'm saying if anybody remembers. I don't have anybody left in this community who remembers. I see I got Moxie over here from CT's channel. Moxie's one of the trolls over there. Another person who tries to denounce the work. Now she's over here. Interesting you followed us over here, Moxie. If you thought this was all bullshit, what are you doing over here? Who remembers? Who remembers what John McCain asked Mad Dog Mattis? Nobody remembers. Not one of you remembers, huh? We covered that in a big way back then. I must not have anybody still around from back then. You guys should look up the footage of what John McCain asked Mad Dog Mattis when he was being sworn in. This is what he said. He goes, Mr. Mattis, are you aware of what's going on with the New World Order right now? And Mad Dog Mattis goes like this. Yes, Senator McCain, I am. And that was it. I was just like, oh, nice. I don't even know how to interpret that. Is that like they're making sure he's coming in on board with what's going on with the New World Order that George H.W. Bush said would be realized 11 years to the day of 9/11? Because at that point, we were still fighting the ongoing war on terrorism that came out of 9/11. But yeah, go back and look that up. That's exactly how it went. Mr. Mattis, are you aware of what's going on with the New World Order? I mean, you guys, this is happening right in front of us. And supposedly Trump's not part of it. I mean, come on. But here's when he got fired. Here's my favorite when he got fired. He got fired 107 days after his birthday, okay? Military's 107, kind of like 10/7's Templar Day, the day we do our big military things from going into Afghanistan to, what's going on in Israel right now. But from Trump's birthday to that day was his 193rd day of his age. Secretary of Defense, 193. Again, that's the 44th prime. Mad Dog, 44. Mattis, 44. Military, 44. Now who's he got in there? Now he's got the 44-year-old crusader in there. You know who I would like to come in here, since I saw that she was in here? Moxie was trying to debunk the work. Hey, Moxie, I just dropped the link. You can come in here like CT's channel. Well, let me know about how all these things are coincidental. Moxie was trying to come up with all these different reasons for why this is just all just like looking for patterns, and it's all just a coincidence. Moxie, I believe Moxie's a Jewish woman. Moxie, please join the stream and tell me about all the coincidences here. Yeah, exactly. This is exactly right. And for all of you guys who get butthurt about comments like this, it's because you're the problem. You're the problem. It does almost, I don't know if it answers everything. That might be a little bit of an exaggeration, but God, it answers how crypto's controlled, how the market's controlled, how the government's controlled, how the rigged sports games are controlled. Congrats to the winners. Smoked the NBA again last night. Nice 7.5-point dog came in. 9.5-point dog came in. Yesterday, 15.5-point dog came in. Boom, boom, boom. Hey, all right, Dr. Savage wants to come back in, not Moxie. Dr. Savage, I'm going to bring you back on, but Dr. Savage, can you entertain me and go back to the good old days and talk about how you were using the knowledge and patting your pockets with NASCAR? You were one of the first people in the world to successfully decode NASCAR. Dr. Savage successfully decoded NASCAR before I had ever even tried it. And at the time I was saying, see, that's the value of the knowledge. You use the knowledge, You use what you know. You enhance your life. And somehow, some way, because I don't agree that the earth is flat, he's become very sore. So he's going to come back one more time. We're going to try this round 2. Ding, ding, round 2 with a boxing match. Okay.
All right, Zach, am I live?
You're good.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. I did decode NASCAR and make a bunch of money. I also, that same year, decoded the Triple Crown and hit all 3.
Well,
don't forget that.
I don't know if you beat me to that one because I killed those Triple Crowns, but you might have
done
done it
No.
too.
Don't. I put out those decodes first, and then they hit.
I didn't know that. Maybe you did, but I didn't know that.
I put out those decodes first. I don't know if you've seen it and then just expanded upon it. You found it yourself too. I'm not saying you didn't, but I know damn well I hit that Triple Crown that same year, and I thought you got your information from me when you hit it. Whether you did or not doesn't fucking matter. The fact is, they script everything. It's quantum computers doing this shit. They've had supercomputers since the 1800s that could do polynomial functions. That's just simple math. Simple math.
What's simple. The proof of that about the computers?
Look up supercomputer 1880s. Just search that. It'll probably pull something up.
But where's
the
Babbage
source? Machine or something like that. It was something like that. There's a few of them. There's a few really ancient, like from the late 1800s, early 1900s, supercomputers doing polynomial functions. And you know damn well gematria ain't nothing more than a polynomial function. It's an algorithm. They're scripting. They have this shit scripted years ahead of time. Years. And I think right now they got the capability to change it in short terms. They used to have to project like a year out with a script. Now they can do it like 2 days later, change it. They can just data gather all the data, run it through Palantir shit, boom, change the script because we pointed it out 2 days before. They do it all the time. We used to make predictions all the time and hit all the time. Now hardly anything actually hits as a prediction.
Well, I don't know about
that.
But
the knowledge is fact.
Well with our predictions. I feel like
the knowledge is fact, Zach. And I won't give you, and you did bring it to the table. I've never denied that, and I don't hate you, Zach. I don't hate you. I just hate how you behave. And when I get threats to be shot in the head, I don't take that very lightly. And then when I bring it up and you just keep going and then say things like you got brain damage, dude, and shit like that. No, I ain't having it. You incited my anger. It wasn't just me getting mad about flat earth. That had nothing to do with it. It was you saying I needed a bullet in the head.
I never said
that. And then I showed you me doing target practice, and I said, come pull a bullet in my head as a challenge. That wasn't a threat. Then you turn around and say I threatened you. I never threatened you, Zach. I challenged you to come put a bullet in my head. Let's get it straight.
No, I never said that.
Yes, you did. I have the video. I still have it. I have it unlisted, but I'll relist it today just to show all your audience. All you have to do is say, sorry, man, I shouldn't have said that. That's all you have to do. And then we can be cool.
Okay. If it's going to make you feel better,
but it has to
move on. Sorry, I should have never said that. Can you move on now?
If that was a genuine apology, then yes. But we'll see how genuine it was with your actions. Okay. But like I said, you brought the knowledge to the table. I'm grateful for that. I will never deny that you brought this knowledge to the table. You expanded upon it. There's a lot of people in this community that has done great work and helped uplift your work that also needs credit to. It's not just praise Zach.
Well, why do you think I always say we and give credit to the community? I do.
But then you attack those same people like Derek and all this stuff like that. You cannot deny his calculator isn't monumental to this movement.
Just stop. Listen, Derek. Okay, I've never thrown the first stone at anybody. Derek,
you throw all the first stones.
Huh?
Oh, that's where you're not understanding here.
You're like listening to falsehoods.
It's not a falsehood. It's a fact. That's why you just don't want to accept it.
Tell me what the first stone I was that threw at Derek.
Calling him gay because he had a cat and he didn't like the girl that you hooked him up with.
Like 4 years.
Was that a stone you threw? No. Did you throw that stone?
No, you said I threw the first stone.
That was a stone you threw, wasn't it? Did he attack you before?
After about 4 years of being stabbed in the back. Yeah.
Stabbed in the back. That's all just you imagining things. Nobody stabbed you in the
Hold on.
back.
Okay, so you got to stop talking so I can respond. So you have to let me know if this is true or false. So I built up Derek. You don't know how much time I spent behind the scenes helping educate Derek and getting him up to speed. Again, if you don't know who Derek is, Derek's who built
And he gives you credit for that.
GematriaEffectNews.com. And he did build it because he found my work and got inspired by it. And at first he made it as an Excel thing. And I asked him if he could figure out how to make it into a website so more people could access it. And at first he said he didn't know computer code, but he learned and he did it. So it was awesome. But I built Derek up, and then Derek went on a panel with a woman who I also promoted and some other people I didn't know. And then they started talking.
This all just seems like too much, though. It's too much to explain. It just seems like a long, drawn out, dramatic bullshit.
No, I'm telling
just
you
say
what happened.
it's.
I'm telling you what happened.
It's water under the bridge. Just leave it at that.
Well, hold on.
Leave it at that, dude. Just be a man about it. Be like, that's petty shit.
You
Fuck
don't want
that.
to hear it.
It's
sorry,
just
Dr.
petty.
Hey, good luck in life. I hope you can move on. But I didn't want to listen to people like this. I mean, it's like, I don't know if he's just another operative that hangs around, but see, he just lied about what happened. And then when I'm explaining the story of what happened, he doesn't want to hear it. Again, I don't want to get into that, but yeah, I did help out Derek. And I launched this website long ago called All for Truth. And I trusted two guys to build it. And they did a great job. But then they turned it into a flat earth website and banned me from it. And then Derek blamed me for it. And it was bad, you guys. It was bad. But the naive thing that I did was trusted two people I didn't really know that well to build the website, and I gave them the resources to build it. And it looked like it was some kind of it was like I don't know. It was just like there's a lot of weirdos that hang around here who have bad intentions for the community. And Derek immediately teamed up with those people on a panel. And a woman who I'd allowed to come on TFR in the early days to promote her thing, she just reached out and said, hey, can I help? Can you help get out the word about my thing? So I was like looking at all these people that I thought were with me, and then they're all attacking me. And I'm like, okay. Like, and by the way, the guys who locked me out of the website, it was like they were trying to get me to give them extra money than what we had agreed to. It wasn't. I trusted the wrong people. That was my mistake. But then I was shocked when Derek allied with them and this woman who had done nothing but promote her stuff. I was just like, what is going on? And so for him to say that I threw the first stone, hell no. No, that's not true. Again, I would like people to think about why so many people have come around here and acted like they were friends and then ended up just like being people that attack me constantly. You know, Derek right now is online spamming all over that he's the greatest sports decoder ever because apparently he's got 5 of, I think, the last 9 F1 races. But he says he didn't even give out the picks. He said he gave out the picks cryptically for anyone who could decode what he was saying. And Derek, 5 and 9 of the last F1 races, if that's even true, I mean, that's pretty good. But we've literally got 5 of the last 6 Masters tournaments, right? And there's more people in a Masters tournament than there is in an F1 race. And 5 out of 6 is a lot higher percentage than 5 out of 9. Not to mention, again, dude, you didn't figure out any of this. You learned from me. And my track record over the last decade is unprecedented. So let's just be honest. And Dr. Savage coming on claiming the Triple Crown thing. He wasn't here for American Pharaoh. We had American Pharaoh and, God, what was the last Triple Crown? I can't even think of its horse. But we got both of those Triple Crowns before a single race was even run. So anyway, I don't want to get in a pissing contest. It's just when people come here and act like they're better because they learned from me and then they think their 5 out of 9 is better than my 5 out of 6. It's like, just stop, dude. And you didn't even give out clear picks. You gave out cryptically encoded decodes. I mean, what? What is that? Okay. Here, back to the topic at hand. Here, okay, we covered the new Secretary of Defense, the Fox News anchor with the Templar tattoos. Nothing but a symbolic chess piece. But again, it is a reminder of what our very real military will be doing in the future as Trump, who they tout as Messiah in parts of Israel, comes back into office like a resurrected Jesus. And remember, this is another thing that we called out a long time ago. I think the Trump Messiah stuff out of Israel is on my old website because I think it is that old now. Trump Messiah. Let me see if this pulls it up. Let me see. Let me see. Maybe it's on this website. I know I have some documentation of them calling Trump the Messiah in Israel. They gave him that Golan Heights territory when he was 74. Shoot. Hold on. All right, I don't think this is the same post. Here, I can probably just do a web search. Trump, Messiah, Gematria. Again, these are headlines from... All right, so here's like the Times of Israel. This was written about January 26, 2020, the same day Kobe died in the 74th NBA season. Mosaic Magazine, the Gematria of Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. The Jewish Standard, Donald Trump is the Messiah. So we've been on this for a while. Again, this happened on Trump's 74th birthday, shortly before he left office. Again, just remember, Jewish, Masonic, Occult, Energy, English, Gematria, they're all 74. Trump Heights, 74. Trump Heights and the Golan Heights. And here, I guess I didn't even get the right part of the list up there. Here, let's come back to the most basic cipher. That Moxie woman, why you wanted to talk so much stuff on CT's channel? How come you didn't come on here? I guess when all the operatives are together, they feel more courageous to try and stand up against the truth. It doesn't work anywhere. Only dummies fall for it. But anyway, Jewish, gospel, parables, Messiah, cross, Jesus. Look at all the 74s, you guys, and all that. And again, we predicted this years ago. We predicted exactly what the headlines would be years ago. We said Trump is leaving office at 74 so they can resurrect his political career as the next Grover Cleveland in 2024. And those headlines are all over the place. Trump resurrection. Let's just see what comes up right now. Trump's win is his greatest resurrection in a career of comebacks. And remember, it was the day the election was called for him, November 6th, was literally 32 years to the day of his interview with Charlie Rose about the comeback. The New York Times, Jesuit run, the long global trail of resentment behind Trump's resurrection. Donald Trump elected U.S. president, stunning political resurrection. and just this whole thing with going on with Judge Eileen Cannon. Remember, she wanted him in court on Cannonball Day, May 20th. That's a Jesuit thing, Cannonball Day. Remember when Ignatius Loyola was shot with a cannonball? And poor Billy Cannon, they took his life on Cannonball Day. The Cannon building had that evacuation the other year on Cannonball Day. It's just, look it up. Jokes all over the place. But yeah, okay. Again, just if you got here late, the God tier trolling from 78-year-old Donald Trump. All right. So Matt Gaetz, they're calling it Gaetz Gate, him being appointed the top attorney for the president. So Matt Gaetz, what stands out about his appointment from his May 7th birthday to the appointment was his 191st day of his age. That's the 43rd prime. 43 is big in Florida, isn't it? I mean, we know Florida equals 43. Remember the election of number 43. The last Republican president before Trump, again, it came down to Florida, where his brother was the 43rd governor and their daddy was the 43rd vice president. But 191's also big with the Jesuits. So Matt Gaetz. Now, I'll tell you, Matt Gaetz is not Jesuit educated as far as I know, but still, you don't have to be Jesuit educated to become one of the Jesuit puppets in the Jesuit ongoing puppet scheme. So just so happened to be his 191st day of his age, 43rd prime going with Florida. He's 42 right now, which means he is in his 43rd year of life. And what's annoying is dummies will be like, oh, you see how you're stretching things into numbers? You're saying being 42 is now your 43rd year of life? It's like, that's not a stretch, it's a fact. I hate when people call facts stretches. When you're born, you begin your first year of life. When you turn 1, you begin your second year of life. This is the way it works. This is counting. It's not a stretch. And him being 42 does matter as well, because Jesuits 42 like Freemason like DC. DC, the Jesuit Masonic city with all these Jesuit Masonic rituals. Where's he from, too? He's from Hollywood, Florida. Okay. I think I get the joke there as well. Hollywood equals 48, appointed on the day, leaving 48 days left in the year, like Donald Trump, 48. Oh, now you're comparing Hollywood, Florida, and Trump being in Hollywood? Yeah, I am. And you got to be kind of dumb to not get it. Oh, now you got some about Tulsi Gabbard as the director of national intelligence? Oh, just because it was 201 weeks after she left office and national intelligence equals 201? And you've been telling us over and over about the CIA in 201? Yeah, I think it should count for something, unless you're totally brain dead. I mean, where's one of those things that monitor heartbeats? They need to make one of those for people's brains. I feel like the GOYIM brain is just always a flat line. Just dead. Hey, Moxie, where are you? I wanted Moxie to come on here. I wanted Moxie to come on with her stuff. Moxie, I'm dropping the link for you again. Moxie was like, I mean, I think you're just looking for patterns. I think people are creating the patterns redundantly, over and over, all throughout history. Come on and tell me how I'm looking for them and not exposing them. I'm pretty sure I never thought about any of this before 9/11 happened. 9/11 happened, I said, wait a minute, a national emergency on 911? Started thinking about 2 towers into 0 before they become 1. Learned about the Jesuits and their motto, both into 1. All right, King Richard wants to hop on. What's up, King?
Yeah, what's going on, Zach?
Yeah, what's up?
Man, all these fucking retards, man. I couldn't watch that panel for any longer, man. Bunch of retards.
Yeah, I hear it.
Yeah, I seen that fat piece of shit. He was sitting there saying, "I'm gonna shoot you." That dude's not gonna do shit. That dude's not gonna do shit.
Well, again, I mean, a lot of projection there, a lot of false claims, denying what he actually did. He had people worried when we went out to Oklahoma City because he was out firing his guns in the backyard.
No, I wasn't talking about Dr. Savage. I'm talking about the dude last night on the panel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, which one?
The fat piece of shit, man. The one that's saying he was gonna shoot you. Not Dr. Savage, the other one.
Man, again, he got shell-shocked when I responded back to him. That guy got even scared on the internet. He's not going to do anything in person.
No, I know that. That's facts, man. But yeah, I sent you a super chat, man. I did want. I know it's kind of off topic, man, but I want you to look into a Jesuit priest. His name is Henry D. Lubbock, and he died. I'm not too sure, but his name equals 102, just like Art of War and World War. And there's something to that, 102. I think he died 102 days before. I think it was Armistice Day. I'm not too sure. I have to go back and look at that. But yeah, he was a Jesuit. He was a prominent Jesuit, and he actually fought in World War I. So, and he died at age 95.
What do you know, that 95-201 pairing? I'll have to go back through my notes and see if we've covered this guy before. We're always learning more, but yeah, very interesting.
Yeah. Oh, and his full name does have that 167, the 39th prime in war is 39. The Second World War ended in 39. But yeah, I figured I'd share that because I seen that the other day. I seen the Jesuits posted that on their Twitter.
You got the 102.
Yep.
Old Art of War. He's got the 57 like Rome, the 69 like the Jesuit Order and Catholic Church. And what you said, his very full name is the 201?
No, his full name equals 167, the 39th prime number. Going with war.
Did he die 201 days from his birthday? Is that what you said?
No, he died. I believe he died. I think it was Armistice Day. He died 102 days, or his birthday. I think it was his birthday with a span of 102.
He died September 4th, the day leaving 118 days left in the year.
Yeah. No, his birthday is February 20th.
Okay. Did you say something about 201 with him?
No, 102. I think he died a span of 102 days from Armistice Day.
Okay, but you're saying there were some headlines about him recently, huh?
Yeah, the Jesuits, they posted on their Twitter about him.
It's 33 years since he died, and that's interesting.
Mm.
I wonder if he got the old 33rd element on the periodic table treatment. That's arsenic.
Yep, just like the 33-day Pope. But
yeah, for people who don't know about the 33-day Pope, look into that one. He said he was going to clean up the mafia out of the Vatican Bank, and he went to bed on the Jesuit order's birthday or recognition anniversary, September 27th, and never woke up again. And again, the Jesuits, it's been warned for centuries that they kill people with arsenic. Arsenic is the 33rd element on the periodic table, and arsenic equals 33 in gematria. By the way, I've seen a lot of you guys leave comments, my trolls out there, that I've never talked about the periodic table. I've always brought up the 33 thing with arsenic since like 2013. And I know that guy who's related to Joe Pesci has taken the periodic table to literally kooky levels of decoding and made it look really dumb.
Logan, yep.
Yeah, again, he remember, Logan had said he learned everything from me, but he took what I taught and turned it into something that's just nonsensical, okay? Right. Understanding that arsenic equals 33 and it's the 33rd element on the periodic table and things like the 33-day Pope, that's pretty logical to look into because there's a theory that he was killed with arsenic because he wanted to get rid of the mafia, and funny enough, mafia also equals 33.
Yep.
So, to me, that's a logical decode. When I start going that, oh, this thing equals this, and then this number's similar to this, and I was walking down the beach, and I saw this number here. I mean, this is how the other guy decodes, and I'm just like, what the hell is
It's just
going
like
on?
Derek, too. Derek's always connecting shit to the moon, which has nothing to do with anything. Like, he'll just connect shit that has nothing to do with the moon, and it doesn't make any sense.
Literally, that's what I can't figure out about Derek's decodes. I can't figure out if he's purposely trying to make the work look dumb because he misses the point of every story that breaks. It's like Pete Rose dies and he connects it to a video game player who died a decade ago. It's like, you really think that's what Pete Rose was killed for? A guy who played video games that was, I mean, it's just like, come on, man. Right on the last day of the baseball season. Doesn't even like bring in how, again, and here we are calling out how it's connected to Shohei Ohtani the day that, again, you guys, I said Pete Rose would likely die at 83 this season. The day the Ohtani gambling news broke, from the day that news broke to the day Pete Rose died was 193 days later. Shohei Ohtani equals 193. That's the 44th prime. He dies on the last day of the MLB season with the last games in Georgia where his 44-game hit streak broke. That should be the decode that everybody's sharing because not enough people know about this. Instead, Derek ignores all that and does a decode about how his death parallels a guy who died who played video games a decade earlier and calls it the most mind-blowing decode on Pete Rose. It's like, you can't be serious, dude.
Right. No, I know. And you've always said, too, like, this work's going to be co-opted. And, yeah, you see a lot of people doing that. You see guys like Call Me Kinfolk, they'll put out a video about the hurricane, completely, don't talk about the important connections and talk about how it's synced up with Kobe Bryant.
Yep.
But, yeah, I figured I'd get on here, man. And one thing I want to say, don't even waste your time with these fucking retards, man. Like, I was listening to that panel. It's like, these fucking retards are just fucking slow and stupid.
Well, I don't think the host is really that stupid, and I do think there's somebody standing behind him, and I think he does get what I'm saying, but he's not allowed to admit it. And what I did notice is there's been more growth on the channel than if I'm normally putting out my own videos, so I feel like I'm reaching some new people. So I feel like that's actually what we have to do, even if we're not received. I feel like there will always be people in the audience who do hear what I'm putting down, and they might look into it because we have to reach new audience. I can't reach. If you look at my stats on YouTube, I reach like almost no new people every day. For the new subscriber thing, it's been like this for 4 years. It's just like a flat line at the bottom. And I know some new people trickle in here, but it's almost nobody. It's your recurring viewers are the same people who are already here. So
no, I understand that. I completely get that. And I do think Chaotic Truth, he does that. He pretty much does this act. It's just pretty much just for money. You get what I mean? Because
he even said that. I mean, if you haven't seen the streams, he literally admitted to me, he goes, dude, I am the definition of a sellout. So he doesn't even have a problem saying that. He says, I am only here for myself. This is pure business. It is entertainment. So I get all that. But I can tell that these things are weighing on his mind no matter what he
gets it. He gets it. He's just not going to admit that. And I think it's pretty much an ego thing. That and the money thing, I think if he comes out and says, hey, this is mind-blowing information, and he, I'm saying, he takes to it, I think he might even just lose out on a lot of his support.
Well, I don't know if that's going to happen, but if he has people standing behind him that say, like, listen, you're not allowed to acknowledge this. He says he's a one-man show, but I don't know if that's exactly true. He has a Jewish guy in there that calls himself Gimpy, who says he's one of the most famous women in social media. So I'm like, okay, this is some kind of network of social media people hanging out here.
Yeah, fuck that guy, man. I remember me and you were literally in his chat. We're literally in the panel, and you were talking about how like the assassination of Trump was synced up with the Dodgers winning the Rig World Series, and he kept saying like,
Yesterday he got it though. On the fifth explanation, he's like, "Okay, I'm starting to get it." Here, let's let a few more people get in here. If you guys want to hop on the panel, we'll bring more people on. We got Hex who was in first, and then Conley RB. So if you guys want to go in that order, what's up?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hey Zach. So, I just wanted to maybe just add a couple things on because I know you're not a gamer, but if you ever heard of Assassin's Creed, that itself equals 74, and even the whole idea of the game is basically just the start of the Templars before the Jesuits are formed because it takes place 1480 something.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
Who's doing
Shut
it?
up. It's stopping. It's time for you to.
Jesus
right, hold on.
Christ.
I'll bring you back on in a minute, but let me. Sorry, I didn't realize he was gonna come on and do that.
Oh yeah, but also the new Call of Duty, because I know you're not a gamer, so I just wanted to bring this to light, and then I'm gonna be out of here. But the new Call of Duty, it basically is surrounded like
is that the Black Ops 6 you're talking
called?
about?
Yeah, it's basically all about the what's that shit? It's on my head. I'm not thinking about it. Basically, the Arab Wars of the '90s, and even like they have certain dates on
This
certain
is
maps.
the new one. The new one's about the war in the '90s.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
that tells me that they're going to do it again.
Right.
Yeah, and even like the dates they have for some of the maps, they have basically September 10th, 1991. So basically a year after. I forget the two, but basically a year after George Bush made that speech, and they also have March 10th, so on and so forth. I'm forgetting a few, but
Hold on. This year, 2024, was the 33rd anniversary of the end of the first Gulf War. So this 33 thing too, just like 33 years before 9/11. All the things went into motion that came to a head on September 11th. World Trade Center construction. 9/11 made the code. Bush out of Yale, Skull and Bones, on and on and on. So, and then that was when he gets in there, he goes back into Iraq like his father was in there, and now it's 33 years since that war ended, and now the video games are planting these seeds for all the young people who don't know about this war. They learn about the history through the video game. It's probably coming again.
Oh yeah. And then one more thing I just wanted to add before I get out of here. I know you've probably seen the trailer for the new Captain America. I feel like it probably has some predictive programming in that movie because I feel it synced with Trump, being the fact that what's his name, George Harrison, well not George Harrison, but whoever the fuck his name is, I'm forgetting his name, but when I played Indiana Jones, he already played in the Jack Ryan movies, and he became president in the books, and now he's a president in the movie. And it goes with Trump being a Hollywood actor, and now he's the president, and the second Grover Cleveland. So I just wanted to add that on, and maybe it's something behind that, but yeah.
I'll look more into it. I appreciate it.
All right, no problem.
Thanks, man. All right, you're up next, Conley. What's up, Conley?
Hey, I just want to get on here, just talk about things. I'm, just so fed up with the sheep and everything. I mean, you go out and you tell people about Joe Biden's son dying at 46 and the fact that he became the 46th president, and they look at you like you're the fucking idiot. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
You tell them that was exactly 46 weeks after the Pope's birthday, and the 59th election, like Benedict stepped down on the 59th day of the year, and like how John F. Kennedy equals 59 and Catholics 46, and it's a perfect tribute to history.
Yeah, and they look at you like you're the dumbass and you don't know what you're talking about, and it's just all a giant coincidence.
Mm-hmm.
Keep on keeping on. I mean, it's just unfucking believable.
It's been that way for all of my lifetime. It's just like if you point out what's the obvious truth, they treat you like you're crazy, and that comes out of their mouth a lot. It's just like after 9/11 when I was saying, listen, this is obvious that this is a whole lie. People be like, do you know how crazy you sound? Are you schizophrenic? Yeah. It's like, wait a minute, because I'm questioning an obvious lie, I'm schizophrenic? Really?
Yeah, I was talking to my buddy about 9/11 the other day, and he told me, quote unquote, he refuses to believe any of the conspiracy theories of 9/11. I was like, what a national emergency on 911? Are you stupid? And I just don't get it. I mean, there's got to be some type of spell these people are under. because
I've been saying that since before I knew about Gematria and all this Kabbalah crap. I thought people got to be under a spell to just
all
go
the
along
same
with all these
responses
lies.
too. Everybody has the same program responses when I tell them about this.
Exactly.
It's just ridiculous.
It is weird. I mean, almost anybody I share this to who's new, they're like, predict something. I'm like, it's kind of weird that people ask to do that because, first of all, we predict more things than anybody correctly, including
We were telling people for 4
election.
years Trump was going to be the second Grover Cleveland.
And again, we've been talking about the Trump and Grover Cleveland parallel since literally
Forever.
2016 as well. But again, it's just weird that some people do that instantly because I'm like, wait a minute. Most people, when they're like presented with information, they don't automatically ask somebody to then predict something. So I don't know why this seems to happen. And then it's always been you're crazy, you're schizophrenic. It's just like the guy that looked like a marshmallow last night was using these same things. And I'm like, here's some fat little slob who doesn't even respect his own body calling me crazy, who's for Donald Trump, the proud pussy grabber. I mean, these people don't know their place, and it literally is backwardsville.
Yeah, Trump's literally a joke. I mean, the way he sounds, how he gets, it's just, he is a joke.
He is a
and
joke.
People just don't get it. They just think that he's our savior. He's our Lord in Christ. It's just, he's going to save us, Zach, get Trump in there.
Yeah.
It's just unbelievable. And he beats the woman
Messiah.
again.
He's the Messiah.
Yeah.
Back.
That's what my mom believes,
Yeah.
She's
Again, you guys, we told you this 4 years ago that they were going to bring him back after he left at 74, nice little Society of Jesus ritual. And again, the dopes think all this stuff's a coincidence. Again, for the guy in the back room who's the troll who came over from CT's channel, I'm going to bring you back on. He's a proud Catholic.
Yeah, let's
you guys.
get him on here.
No, I will bring him on, but he's annoying and he's a dweeb and he'll just talk and bullshit and he'll try to filibuster and he's wrong about everything. He's like, you're an idiot. The Jesuits aren't from France. And then he looks it up. He's like, oh, I thought they were from Spain. And then he goes to the next attack and then he's wrong again. And then he keeps talking. He doesn't know his place. He thinks all this is bullshit. But again, who else would encode all this in the English language? Who would make Jesus, cross, Messiah, parables, gospel, Jewish? Here, let's go on. Let's add to it English.
Energy.
Gematria. Who'd make all these things line up? Energy. Again, this all goes back to ancient occult knowledge. All things are energy. It's hermeticism. Everything carries a vibration, has an influence. It should take you back to Christian Coptic New Year, September 11th, nuclear and weapons 74, the Manhattan Project, where nuclear weapons
national
came
holiday.
out of the World Trade Centers on the 74th meridian. Massive energy turned those buildings to dust. Same repetitive rituals over and over. Holy Day or Holiday 74, like killing, like the 74th day of the year is the day to remember the killing of Caesar. This 74 number's dangerous. 3 of the first 5 presidents dead on 7-4. But here, I'll bring on this guy for a moment. Here,
sure.
For the dweeb, and I'm going to call you that because you are the dweeb who came over from CT's channel, the proud Catholic who thinks your religion's greater than everybody else, who doesn't think the Jesuits have anything to do with the calendar because you don't know history. It's credited to a Jesuit priest, Christopher Clavius, and English was standardized as a 26-letter alphabet at the same time they rolled out the calendar. You need to explain to me how all these things equal 74. And really, when you think of Jesus, everyone wears the cross, what he's remembered for being killed on. But again, you had the 2 most outspoken founders against the Jesuits killed on the same day. And of course, in history, it doesn't say they were killed, but it's obvious they were. Jefferson and Adams, July 4th, 1826. And then 1826 days later, Monroe, who didn't like the Catholic Church, was killed. Again, this nation was founded by a lot of Protestants who didn't want anything to do with what was going on in Europe with the Catholics and the Jesuits. But you need to explain how the Ides of March, which was given to a calendar to remember the killing of Caesar, the 74th day of the year is the day to remember that. You need to explain how all these things line up so perfect. And again, for the slow Catholic guy who thinks he's smart, again, Manhattan Project to develop big bombs, ground zeros, the terminology that came out of the Manhattan Project to explain where a nuclear bomb explodes below or above ground, as well as a hydrogen bomb and atomic bomb. But again, think about these things. And then all the people that got really sick after 9/11 who were close to that explosion, all the people that went there and worked afterwards who died from some kind of mysterious illness. Could it have been radiation from the bombs? How do all of these things line up so perfectly? Why is it that back when Trump was 74 years old, the headlines were coming out of Israel that he was the Messiah? Why is it now that his political career has been resurrected and we predicted this 4 years in advance? How does all of this mean nothing, good little Catholic boy? who doesn't know his history and thinks he's smarter than the guy who does. I want you to, and don't go into your bullshit about, well, explain where pi fits in. I didn't say it doesn't matter where pi fits in. What matters is these people, the Jesuits, gave us the language and the calendar as we know it, and they synced up a system that pays tribute to the English Bibles as we know them. That's why so many verses go with the ritualism, like the Tower of Babel ending in Genesis 11:9, like the 11th day of the 9th month. Again, for the guy who doesn't know anything about this and wants to try and connect it to things that, see, I'm going to bring him on, but he's annoying, you guys. Like last night, he's like, you need to explain how all of this connects to pi or it means nothing. I'm like, dude, that doesn't even make sense. You need to explain what I'm showing you and how all this is a coincidence. That's what you need to explain. Okay, so here, we're going to give him a shot here. Here's a proud Catholic from CT's channel, a channel that's about trolling people and getting invested in politics, which are completely rigged and scripted, and only dummies don't know it at this point. So here's a proud dummy. I guess that's how we can put it. All right, you got the floor.
And you're a proud chode licker. Now, first of all, I would like...
Dude, you come from the Catholic Church. See, this is the other thing he does. He was accusing people of being butt raped, and he's a proud Catholic. Okay, and then he literally tried to argue last night that there's only 7 cases in history that are proven that the Catholic Church ever raped anybody. But yet your church is settling for millions all the time for the rape and abuse of children. And then you come on right away and say, chode liquor. Dude, I'm pretty sure you're one of the raped children, and that's why you're so fixated on all this homosexual stuff. Just the first thing you come on here and say is lame. Listen, if you can't address the 74 thing, you're out of here. I already know you're a loser. I want to hear a loser debunk what's on the screen right now. If you can't do that, I don't want to hear about how you were raped by the priest and projecting it onto me. I don't want to hear none of that. Okay. Try to. If you can't do it, you're out of here.
I scared you yesterday. Stay in your hole. Keep running away and stay off the internet. It's very simple. You're going to keep running in your hole because I will keep embarrassing you everywhere.
You didn't embarrass me anyway. You embarrassed yourself. You embarrassed yourself in front of your own audience. You were proven wrong by both points you made. You didn't know the Jesuits were French. You said I was an idiot. They're from Spain. And then you looked it up and were like, oh, shit. Whoops. Whoop. So anyway, you're done. He didn't. If anyone wants to go back and watch what happened yesterday, you can see that he struck out. He came with 2 things that he thought he was right on, and he proved himself wrong on both. And then out of here. CT even got rid of you. He had enough of you. So
yeah, I'll go back and watch that.
All right. What's up, D26?
Oh, it's already my turn. I didn't know that. It's early. This is early than expected.
We'll go in order of the people who came. We got a little panel on. We'll go in order of the people who came.
I'm okay to go a little bit later.
Who's got the feedback?
Somebody's mic frigged.
It's Tim Truth. Tim, I'll unmute your mic in a minute when it's your turn to speak. But I really want to hear from Tim Truth. I know he has a great story to tell. But if everybody can just come on in 2 minutes, get their bullet point out here, we'll go through everybody. And King Richard's back too. But starting with D26, you got the first 2 minutes.
I will just say if you can look at my Twitter page, if you can bring that up.
Here, let me pull up your Twitter.
Should I send you a DM of my tweet?
Remind me what your Twitter page is.
It's D20. You may call me D26. That is the. It's from V for Vendetta. You may call me D26.
I got it. Okay, I got it up here.
And I think it's the latest. It should be the latest tweet. Yeah, it's basically the comment which it is on your video. And these were my thoughts regarding the 11/28 Thanksgiving Day predictions. Have you brought that up on the screen?
I got it up here.
Oh, it's not visible on the panel.
Oh shoot, that's because I have the. My bad. Now I got it up.
Yeah, this one. Yeah. And what do you think about? Have you discussed about Ivanka for 2028?
I've been talking about November 28th, Thanksgiving, and how we could have our first Indian female president as soon as that day. As
no, Oh shoot! I was basically asking you, have you thought about Ivanka running for president for 2028?
Well, we've been talking about that since 2016 because there's a Simpsons episode about her running at age 47 in 2028.
Mm-hmm. Did you know about this thing? Because I recently found out that the next election is 146 days after Trump's birthday on 14/6.
And again, Lisa Simpson and Ivanka Trump both equal. If you guys look in the base ciphers and all four ciphers, Ivanka Trump and Lisa Simpson are a perfect match. And here, I'll just put it up on the screen real quick. Come back to the base ciphers. Again, low IQs don't get it. People
Right.
make it. Lisa Simpson, Ivanka Trump, exact same in all four ciphers. And you see the 47 value. Ivanka Trump's going to be 47 in the 2028 election. We've been talking about this since 2016, and you're pointing out that election date is 146 days after Trump's birthday, who has a 14/6 birthday. Again, you got to be a really low IQ to think all this is a coincidence. But please, go ahead, D26.
As well as that day is the 312th day, which is like he won with 312 votes. November 7th,
nice.
2028.
I'll remind people that Jorge Mario Bergoglio is also 312. In addition to all the stuff they did with the Catholic or Chicago, Chicago's got the Catholic overlap too, but Chicago, the 312 area code. Okay, go ahead, D26.
And the other thing that is, I think, just like one single thing is, remember that for that image from Back to the Future, that time is also 11/116, like November 6th.
Like 9/11 upside down, right? It goes from the Twin Pines Mall to the Lone Pine Mall or whatever.
Exactly. And I just wanted to ask if it's possible to talk to you other than the live streams. Is there a way to contact you?
Well, again, time is cramped right now because I got a lot of work to get done before tomorrow, and then I'll be in the weekend. I'll be in the hospital all weekend, but soon after D26, happy to.
All right, sure. Let me know that if it's possible.
All right, we will chat. Bye-bye. I always appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, D26. You take care. All right, I'm going to jump to Tim Truth because we haven't heard from him yet. And thanks for coming on, Tim. Oh, let me unmute you. Sorry, my bad, Tim. You're good.
How's
Let me unmute you. Sorry, my bad, Tim. Oh, Tim, you got to turn off the video because your video's playing in the background. Turn off the YouTube because you got StreamYard and YouTube going.
Okay. Got so many windows open. I'm so sorry. Hold on.
It's the YouTube tab that has to go off.
Oh my gosh.
Only the StreamYard tab's the only one you want open right now.
Okay. This is my first time. I can put me in the.
All right, you'll figure it. We'll come back. We'll come back to Tim Truth. All right, Jay, what's up?
Nah, man, I just wanted to say people should just be able to understand why it can't be no uniting going on, because I used to be one of these people that used to try to unite everybody, man. People just see what Dr. Savage just came on here and did, bro. Just so disingenuous. Like, people should just be able to see what type of person this dude is. He accuses you of saying something about somebody. He accuses you of bullying, doing all this shit. Niggas is always playing victim, don't want to take accountability for what they did. And when you try to explain what happened in order, after he accuses you of throwing the first stone, he doesn't want to fucking hear. He wants to cut you off. But then at the same time, he wants to still be in the chat talking shit, saying, "Oh, well, I know I'm trying to unite." Just shut the fuck up, bro. I just don't have the patience for this shit anymore. And he's the same nigga that liked with you. He was cool with you. He was cool with me. I even when he had the accident with his dirt bike, I told him I left well wishes. You can still go back to that post if it even still able to go back. And he pretends to be he was cool, and then he got bent out of shape over the flat earth shit. He got mad because I wouldn't co-sign his fucking flat earth shit. Then he comes back later on after pretending to be cool with me, and then when I made the live stream debunking Lord Jamar, he just all of a sudden brings you up when that had nothing to do with you. This dude thinks every time I talk about something or every time I mention something, he's still just saying in the chat, "You parrot Zach, you parrot Zach." Like, people that are just disingenuous like that are just retarded. Just like the guy you just had before. I think his name was Gimpy. You were telling him this shit. Like, it just you can't even. It's like you just got to get these motherfuckers up out of here. Like, it's these people. Like, it's like they don't have a fucking data. It's like I can't even explain the shit. It's like
they don't have a brain.
Here, I gotta make a point too, Jay, because I see him in the chat right now. And listen, these are the facts. I helped Derek out a ton. I hooked Derek up with a woman that was a 10, you guys, a dime piece. Derek got to be with this woman. And again, listen, she was really into me, and I kept telling her, you got to stop because I got sweet lady. And she was sending all kinds of inappropriate stuff, and she just wanted some guy that she could relate with because she was really into gematria. She was single. Derek flew out so fast to meet her. This is what Derek gets mad about. Because Derek slandered me, I'm going to put this out there. She told me about the whole experience afterwards, and she thought Derek was actually gay. Okay? So me sharing that only happens because Derek tried to slander me when all I did was good for him. And I feel like I have the right to say that because I gave Derek great knowledge, spent a lot of my personal time help building him up, got people to sub his channel, and what he did in return was try to drag my name through the mud when I felt like I got done super dirty. And listen, man, this girl that I hooked Derek up with, I almost want to go dig up the photos she used to send me. You got, and they did meet. They sent me the picture when they met together. Derek got to go have a nice little time with this girl, but he didn't live up to performance, to make a long story short. And again, to come at a guy who did that for you, I mean, I guarantee you Derek's never been with a more attractive woman in his life. Guaranteed. Not even close.
Yeah, I saw the video she made about you. Like, she was just retarded.
So again, like, you're here trying to say that I throw people under the bus. Man, I did probably some of the best things for Derek that's ever happened into his life. And the way he came back at me was to try to drag my name through the mud, taking side in an argument where I did have some fault in it. I trusted some dudes I didn't know and gave them quite a bit of money to build a website that they turned into a flat earth site and locked me out of. And then Derek wanted to jump on me and say that was my fault. And here's where maybe the fault was. I was not nice to flat earthers, and it kind of felt like that's what it was all along. These guys who had technical skills that knew that I didn't like flat earth, who wanted to screw me over, but they disguised it until they had their perfect little plan. And then, but for Derek to jump on there, I was like, how's Derek going to go on a stream with them and trash me? Is he friends with them too? What's going on? So anyway, that is the story. And if anybody can prove that's not the story, you let me know about it, because that's exactly what happened.
Yeah. And it's this whole heliocentric shit. Like, I don't know why niggas keep like going on about the heliocentric. Oh, the heliocentric equals 201. The heliocentric. I'm like, do these niggas not get that the heliocentric model has nothing to specifically do with the shape of the Earth or the Earth being round? Like, yeah, it includes a round Earth, but it's also about the sun being the center. Hence, heliocentric. Motherfuckers all the way back in the time of the ancient Greeks, Aristotle had already came out with models of a round Earth. Motherfuckers long before that had already came out with models of a round Earth. It's not specific to NASA. It's just I know it's just retarded. It's like
I hate how they all have their false talking points. Like, what a real cult is the flat Earth movement. You guys all use the same false talking points. It's totally false. You guys all say things that are completely easily debunkable, and then you all say that the Jesuits created the flat Earth. Excuse me. They probably didn't create the flat Earth psyop. But again, Creator created the Earth, okay? So you got to stop. But let me go out to Tim. I would love to hear from Tim, and let's see if he's got it figured out. Oh, shit, I hit the wrong button. What's up, Tim?
I was just thinking how you take 1,000 Americans and I came up with my own personal definition of ignorance, and that's basically, to me, just ignoring the truth. And I feel like the people that do seek the truth or want to know the truth is just a little sliver of a remnant. And I feel like it's because, everyone's got their free choice. Everyone can believe whatever the F they want to believe. And for whatever reason, they just want to, believe. I think what they were taught in slave school and TV and media, and they're content with that, and they get reinforced by other people believing that. And so you're going against the whole system of ideas of lies, basically, and people just don't they don't want the truth, basically. That I was just thinking that for my short bullet point.
Cognitive dissonance is a real thing. Tim, what I want to hear about is what you told me on the phone the other day about the knowledge and what it's done for you and your family.
Yeah, so I think I first, I watch a lot of YouTube videos, especially anybody. I don't care what rabbit hole it is. I don't care who you are. I'll give you some due diligence, unless you're too crazy, like you were talking about with the periodic table guy. But anyways, he is a little cuckoo sometimes. But I mean, whatever. So anyways, I found you. You kept coming on my stream, and maybe 5-6 years ago, and I was like, what is this? I never heard it before. And I watched some of your videos, and then over the years, just kind of more and more. And finally, I got to a point, I think it was 2021. No, it's actually 2020. I was sitting at an airport in Fort Lauderdale, and typically I go to Alaska. You know this. I love going to Alaska in the summertime, working up there. But anyways, I had some time to kill. So I was like, screw it. Let me go to Vegas. Let me disprove gematria. Let me disprove this guy that's talking this gematria stuff, and just debunk him like Scully, with Mulder, if you will, like debunk them. So anyways, I went to Vegas, and I just tried betting what you told, what you put out there, what made the most sense, and I built up this bankroll. And started with the Super Bowl with Brady over Mahomes, and then it was March Madness. I started getting more of a bankroll, and then some NBA stuff here and there. And then it all came to like an end for me, because I was like convinced at Kentucky Derby 2021. That was May 1st, 2021, first Saturday of every May. Anyways, I had studied that race for 3 weeks, but you obviously decoded it, and we both came up with the same thing, and you just kind of gave me the confidence, and I threw my whole bankroll on that that race. Medina Spirit, and the 8th horse in the field of 19, and the whole 201 stuff, and man, there was so much with that. There was
again. The Run for the Roses, the nickname of the Kentucky Derby equals 201. It was the only 201 horse. There was a lot to it. It was synced up with Ramadan. I just want to remind, not only did the horse win and you got paid on the ticket, eventually they disqualified it and Baffert got suspended. But remember what they did to that horse. It ended up dying 201 days into the Jesuit Ignatian year, too. Another 201 ritual that just goes to show they sacrifice not only people, they sacrifice horses. And we've been talking about all this stuff since forever. But go ahead.
I remember the jockey came in with 201 wins for the year. Baffert with this trifecta horse back in 2016 is American Pharaoh. He had that trophy blocking the 6, so it looked like 201. You could still find that picture on the internet today. So yeah, they killed the horse. That was
the final straw for us. That was the final straw right there, because Wikipedia literally updated their photo of Bob Baffert the night before the race, and they made sure to make it so it was 201 in the background. I said, we don't need this. Is Medina Spirit. And then sure enough, we all rode Medina Spirit to the bank, as we've done so many times with the horse races. Now, I'm going to let you guys know, they have switched it up since Medina Spirit. It has been so hard to do the Kentucky Derby. We had great success with the Kentucky Derby for a decade leading up to that. It has been so hard the last 3 years, and it's because they've set up so many 201 decoys in every single race now, and that's how we're changing the game, you guys, unfortunately. If you got to the party late, all the best food has been eaten. You got to the party late, there's some grapes here and some breadcrumbs here. Again, we have changed the game. But we've also done very well leading up to it. And you just even heard Dr. Savage say on that. He was smoking NASCAR, and he was showing me his slips. It's harder to code NASCAR now. They have changed up the algorithm a little bit. The knowledge still applies. It's just the things are a little more challenging. Before there'd be one 201 in the Kentucky Derby. Now there's like 5 to choose from. It's like the magician added more cups to the table. So,
yeah, I took the money, and I have a small farm in Ecuador, and I finished the house that I had started, I don't know, 6 years ago. Well, for a while. I was able to finish the house, and that's where my daughter lives now. And maybe your daughter will be born on my daughter's birthday, which is coming up soon. But anyways,
What day is it? What day is it?
The 28th. So
oh, it's gonna be before that because they're medically endorsing her on Saturday. So it's close though.
Yeah. So anyways, my point is just that there's going to be people that just, for whatever reason, refuse to want the truth. And I feel like we can't let them bring us down to their level. We can't go down to their vibration. We really have to try to be positive, even though we're on the same sinking ship as them. There's, I just feel like you can control you and just do the best that you can do for you, I guess is my point.
But again, the knowledge made a big impact in your life and helped out your family.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, what do you say to the people who go around all the time spamming that this works bullshit?
Oh, yeah,
salesman. What do you say to that?
What's his name's probably screen recording me, right? Your buddy that flip. You know what I'm talking about?
Who will never come on here and debate. I mean, doesn't that tell you something about that guy?
That's all you need. That's all that's needed to be said about that guy.
Homosexuals. They're obsessed with you.
And he is.
They're screen recording all the time. Like
him and I were on one StreamYard together, and it was on that girl's channel who wanted my nuts, not to brag, but I mean, that's what it turned out it was. And once I told her that she wasn't the one, I got sweet lady, then she totally went on a sabotage campaign. But again, him and I debated one time on a stream, and he looked like a real asshole, and she took down that stream for him. And again, all these weirdos that hang around me and try to slander me, it's like they got ulterior motives. I'm here every day just trying to show that there is an evil cabal manipulating us, lying to us. And if you learn about it, you can save your energy and not let the energy vampires take it. And also, you can take advantage of their rigged game, from sports to the market to crypto, and you can make a positive impact in your life. And I got all these weirdos that come around and falsely accuse and attack and say I'm a shill and it's snake oil. It's like, dude, apply the knowledge and then come back and tell me it's snake oil. It sounds like that's what you tried to do at first, Tim.
Snake oil.
If you're doing the right thing, that means that opposition, like exactly what you said, is kind of validates what you're doing.
I wish more people would see that.
Yeah. Yeah, not be worried about a fucking trying to fight and
all the people say show us your slips. You guys should subscribe to my Twitter because I often do. I mean, I could share way more slips, but slips from the community come in all the time. There's tons of people that are multiplying small bills into big bills. The best hit in our community, I forget what it was. We had $1 into 1,200. That's now second place this year on the NFL season. First place, I forget what it was. It was like $2 into. It was a better multiplier than that, like 3,000, something like that. But there's a ton of slips that are like $1 into 500, 5 into 1,000, 5 into 800. I mean, there's so many from the community from this NFL season, and there's several people like Open Up in the chat who's turned 5 into 200 and 300 several times just off the weekend. Again, you guys, I'm not teaching people to be junkies. I'm teaching people how to turn small amounts of money into bigger sums of money without putting your livelihood at risk. And then dummies come by and go, "Oh, why don't you put $1 million then?" Because I'm not a retard. Just because you can hit at a high percentage doesn't mean you'll risk $1 million. I mean, that's a good way to give away your whole life.
Yeah, exactly. And then it's just people just don't be having no accountability. They just act like little babies. They act like little children. It's like I don't understand it. Like,
well, I mean,
it's not meant to be understood.
And I was glad I did.
So. They're just on the lower level of thinking. That's what I had to realize.
Okay, I got to wrap this up in the next 19 minutes. So we got somebody else we'd like to get on. Music blogger. Music blogger, you're on.
I'm going to leave.
Thank you, Tim. Music blogger, did you want to say anything?
Looks like my guys rolling a joint.
Oh, yeah. Am I on? Hello.
What's up, man?
Hello. Yeah, I just thought I'd jump on. Congratulations, anyway. I heard about you're going to be a dad.
Yeah, days away.
Yeah, I'm trying to get into this myself. I've got the channel, the Patreon together, and I have a website, and I joined a couple of years ago, and I started winning, and I thought I left it alone because I lost my credit card and stuff happened. But I'm getting it back together now, and hopefully I'll be teaching online and going through like the end days, like when your mother or father is getting close, and so it may be too much, be too stressful for me to like go out and it creates a lot of troubles, and so maybe online would be great, and teaching and getting a bit from that. But I just wanted to jump on, and I thought maybe I should try and do my own stream first, but I just saw the link and I thought go for it. And I saw you jump on the stream the other day, so I just I thought you must have just jumped on that, so I just did the same. And then I realized it says, jump on anyway. So, but yeah, thanks for having me, and
you're welcome, and I appreciate you coming on and sharing your story.
And as far as the gematria, did you know that the lost cities, there's all signs turning up everywhere in Britain saying there's suicide in the construction industry, and like the lost cities and whatever the name was on the sign it sounds very similar phonetically when you with what's his name, Tom or something you were talking about. You did a decode on.
I forget because we've talked about
so Tom. Yeah, you did a decode. It came up last night, and it sounds phonetically. It sounds very similar to like what's going on in Britain. They're putting up all these signs everywhere. It's to commemorate because a lot of people are committing suicide in the construction industry. Yeah, I'll try and I'll have a look now. Just a second.
Do you suspect that these are actual suicides, or is it more like people are getting pushed off the edge?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Because there has been some suspicious stories about guys falling from the 47th floor in the construction industry over the years that we've documented. That's been a pattern. And again, masons, builders studying the 47th problem of Euclid. The SUICIDE equates to 47 in gematria. Music blogger, maybe say that for another time because I want to let everybody else get a piece in here, and I do have to hop off here in a minute. So.
Yeah, okay. Ted Olson, that was it. Ted Olson and.
The guy who passed last night, the lawyer. Yeah. I'm going to bring that back up again.
I forget what that was. Sounded like phonetically. Suicide, perhaps. Ted Olson, suicide. Perhaps that's phonetically sounds similar.
Okay, I'll take a look at that. All right.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
You have a good day.
Cheers now. Bye.
All right, Conley, you've been given the floor to everybody else for a while. You want to add anything else in?
Yeah, I got one more thing. I need all the haters and the trolls to explain to me why the Cleveland Cavaliers are on their best record in 40-something years. I think
48.
48. Yeah, 48.
Again, Cleveland 48, Donald Trump 48. That happens the night before this election. Now it's the 48th unified government, meaning they have the Oval Office, House, and Senate. The 48th time it's ever happened on the day, leaving 48 days left in the year. And we called that too. I mean, I said it days ago that I was pretty sure, even though they were saying the Democrats were going to do it, I said, I think it's going to be the Republicans with the whole 218 thing and how important that is to Trump. And again, it's the power of knowing the numbers and the ritualism. Again, it is 218 years since the Holy Roman Empire supposedly folded on the 218th day of the year, and Holy Roman Empire does equate 218, like Trump with his mini 218 rituals that we've been documenting since 2016. again, there's a reason that we follow the patterns, and the patterns often lead us, way more often than not, lead us to the right conclusions, whether it's news or sports. But again, I get tired of the people who look at that and they're like, okay, fine, 48 unified government ever on the daily, 48 days on the air. Are you sure you're just not looking for patterns? It's like, dude, like
The
NFL
NFL game had 48 points in it the night before the election, 24-24 going into overtime. I mean,
right, 48 days after Mahomes' birthday, before the NFL week began, which we cashed on in a big way, we said it was all in tribute to Donald Trump, because Donald Trump, the big way is 138, the small way is 48. I mean, seriously, the 138th game of the season's Monday Night Football, as Mahomes' mom endorses Trump
on the same
White
day.
House, Texas, and you don't think this is all one big planned script long ago? I mean, come on.
Yep.
I mean, did you see the way the Chiefs just won? On the day with 51 days left in the year, the kicker just kicks a line drive right into number 51. They're like, oh, 51 blocked. And it's just like, oh, my God. It's just like when Andy Reid stayed on 51 losses 51 days from his birthday as they beat the Bengals on a field goal. There's a reason
was it
for
51 total points, too?
Huh?
Wasn't it 51 total points in that game?
Yeah, it was 26-25 in that game.
Yeah.
Cincinnati equals 51. Big-time Jesuit
unbelievable.
town where Xavier is. That Vivek fraudster pharma guy went to the Jesuit school in Cincinnati. But remember, Cincinnati's 51, like federal, like Rome, like conspiracy.
How can you rig a sports game, you know?
Then Washington, D.C. used to be called Rome, too.
Rome on the
Rome
Potomac. Rome on the Potomac with the land owned by Francis Pope, literally.
And people still don't see it. The football stadiums, they look like, again, reminiscent of the Coliseums. Roman numerals on the fucking Super Bowl. So.
Yeah, bread and circus, man.
Here. I do gotta wrap this. The guy that they call Imperious, he's the guy who's the Catholic who's obsessed with homosexuality and accuses everybody but him of being one. When again, it's your fixation. I'm gonna drop the link for you to come on one more time. And again, if you cannot come on and debunk what we're talking about, then you don't have anything to say. If you're just going to come on here and talk shit and ask us how it all connects to pi, I mean, I can get into that, but that's not the point. Pi's not where they're getting the code from. They're getting the code the way they've numbered the Bibles.
I mean, did you see what he said, too? He's like, no, Pope Francis didn't he didn't step down on the 58th day of the year. He stepped on the 59th day of the year.
And that's what we said. We said he stepped down on the 59th day of the year.
Yeah.
Like, that dude's a fucking retard, man. I don't wait.
Yeah, and Pope Francis equals 59.
Yeah, I'm about to say the name is 59.
Election was with him.
Exactly.
Yeah, bad listeners. That Moxie girl in the chat won't come on here either, but she's talking in there. They came over from the CT channel. She asked, why would I come on? Invest in index funds? Now, listen, Moxie, I don't disagree. Making smart investments in the market could be a more sound strategy for the long run than gambling. I don't disagree. But Moxie, how many people do you have in your corner that say that, hey, I came across your work and your work helped me turn $5 into thousands and I'm no longer homeless? Because there's several people in this story who either elevated from being homeless or elevated getting out of a neighborhood or elevated to having a vehicle for the first time in their life so that they could work a job. There's a lot of stories like that in this community. You just heard Tim Truth say that he amassed enough wealth to build a house for his family, and he never had a house before. And he didn't tell you the rest of the story. He now has multiple homes and is a landlord and is making passive income. So again, I'm not saying that you can't diversify and do other things, but the reality is we've taught people how to turn $5 into thousands of dollars. You can't do that in the stock market, period. I mean, you can invest $5 right now. It's never going to be thousands, not even in your lifetime. So again, your question is based on not enough information. And you're also another one of doubters. And you're the ones that's been saying that we're just looking for number patterns and people have done this before. And like numerology is not credible. Again, you're just speaking ignorance.
Just ignorant on history, literally.
She likes drama. That bitch.
It's just people just ignorant on history. Like it's just so annoying.
She says she's in the chat saying she's in real estate. Here's what I encourage you to do. Do what I've done. Make money, invest in real estate, and earn passive income. Yeah, I agree. I'm diversified. I'm not doing everything just with gambling. But this knowledge can allow you to come up real fast. And you don't have to put a lot on the table to come up. Again, look at all the people in this community who've turned 5 into over 1,000 multiple times this season. There's a lot of people in that club. Okay. I teach y'all to not waste their money on stupid stuff, not on junk food, not on coffee, not on fast food,
Right.
and save that money and do smart things with it. And I'm not saying the smartest thing even is gambling, but I don't think it's a bad idea when you learn how to use this knowledge and turn 5 into a few $100s for the night, $1,000 when you can really hit it, when a whole bunch of games line up for the week. And I'll tell you what, this NFL week on the 322nd day of the year with all these 40 all over the board, it's the kind of weekend. See, all you dummies out there are like, oh, 41, 3, 2, 2, what's that mean? Hey, come learn about it and see how repetitive it is, because I see another weekend where a lot of people are going to be cashing big. That's what I see. I see that's what's on the horizon here. So, again, the dummies will be like, oh, what? Oh, okay, so Skull and Bones equals 41? Like, so what? It's like, yeah, number 41, major Skull and Bones member. Skull and Bones member who died on the day we predicted, months in advance, died on November 30th, 11 plus 30, 41, 5 years from the day of Paul Walker, who was in the movie about Skull and Bones, who gets a red Porsche in the movie. And then the people in CD's chat, when I start talking like that, they're like, listen to how fast you're talking, dude. You know how crazy you sound? That's because I'm intelligent and can speak efficiently and put a lot of true information out there. And just because you're too dumb and slow and your IQ is half of mine and you can't understand how it's undeniable, that doesn't make me crazy. It just makes you a tard. Okay?
A fucking retard.
Tard.
Absolutely.
Yep, a tard.
Yep, a fucking retard.
Yeah, again, the people who all these facts land on, and they're just like, oh wow, it equals 41 Skull and Bones. Duh. It's like, okay, keep mocking it. We'll keep cashing the checks. We'll keep cashing the slips.
Right. Well,
losers out there, show me your slip. I don't need to show you shit. Show you a drawer full of keys. A lot of passive income. I don't need to show none of it to you. Hey, like I'll continue to say, there should be way more people supporting the work, because what I said is, when I have $1 million coming in here a month because people have gotten behind the cause of the real leader who's been here for over 11 years, showing people the real truth and how to change their life and not support tyranny, but instead destroy it, which is what needs to happen. Again, then I'll start delivering on everything else. There should be 1 million people here a month pledging at least $1. Yes, there should. There should be that kind of funding from a populace that's living under tyrants who continue to increase taxation and the cost of living. I said this a decade ago. I said, if people don't learn this work, just watch how much more expensive it's going to get here. Watch how the quality of life goes down. If we don't unite to end this tyranny, and again, you guys have to recognize, who's the real leader? Is it not real leadership to be here every single day for over 11 years, dropping nothing but truth bombs? Does that not deserve some kind of recognition? Does that not deserve a movement behind it? Again, I don't see anybody else that can go out and speak for hours in Manhattan and drop nothing but truth bombs off the script. I don't need a teleprompter, and I'm not a corny asshole like Donald Trump, who so many of you worship, who has nothing to say. Oh, this is good. I'm the greatest. They're the worst. I mean, that's what listening to this clown is. That's bullshit. And a lot of you guys think that. A lot of you guys who are into that think I'm crazy. I'm sorry. You guys are just dumbed down losers. And probably the reason that it's never going to be achieved what I want to happen is because they've dumbed this populace so far down, there's not enough people who can receive the message I'm putting out. That's not my fault.
Exactly.
That's because of a very dumbed down, stupid society where evidence doesn't move them at all. Every day, they're like, I still don't get it. It's still not enough. Predict one more thing.
Exactly.
Predict one more thing. I need one more prediction.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. They're just gonna keep being disingenuous. That's why I'm like, at this point, I'm just
something, and they're like,
block the fucking messages, because it's just like you can't have an honest debate with these people because they have no intention of being honest with you in the first place. It's just like the only real solution is to just I mean, literally just delete the messages, delete the comments, like Dr. Savage, like anybody else, just anybody. Like they have no intention of being, people like that just have no intention of being honest. It's like you have people that actually do want to learn. But then you got the people that are just going to keep trying to find a way to deny shit. They're going to keep screen recording, doing all this little silly shit. And all this shit really gay as hell. Like, you claim you don't like somebody, but then you stay in their chat 24/7. You always screen record.
24/7.
It don't even make sense.
Me of attacking him. It's like, I'm always just trying to ignore you. The only time I see you is when you show up here talking shit.
Yeah, like begging, and it's like begging for a fight. We should be focused on so many other important things. Now he's trying to challenge me to fight. Like it's like, dude, like grow up. Don't like correct me if I'm wrong, but don't you have a kid? Don't you have like a fucking family?
He has kids. Yeah.
They're like, well, why are you spending all this time in somebody's chest? Like, go spend time with your fucking kid, your wife. Like, why are you obsessed over this hard over somebody? Like, it doesn't even make sense. And now you want to fight me? Like, what? Like, because I'm calling you all on your fucking bullshit. You want to keep? Oh, the only argument is you're just keep being a Zach Paris. Like, what? It's you can't. They have no intention of being fair, being honest with being honest, like at all. Like it's just. The only thing you can't do at this point is just ignore them. That's what I have to realize. They're the reason why we can't unite, because they're the people. These are the type of people that just hold the rest of us back. Anchor just dragging us down to the bottom of the ocean. It's not even like, obviously what they're doing is evil, but it's not even the fucking cabal's fault, or it's not even these people's fault. It's majority of the fucking society's fault. Majority of fucking society likes getting fucked in the ass for apparently.
Yep,
that's what it is.
Apparently,
y'all accept it, y'all consent to it, and then get mad because the ones who decided to consent to it didn't. So many people shaming black men that didn't vote. Oh, it's your fault Donald Trump's in office. I'm like, I can't even comprehend how fucking retarded these people are. Like,
I'm not gonna tolerate when this stream's over. Just go look up Malcolm X quotes and just start reading through Malcolm X quotes, and you're gonna realize he was the guy who really understood it.
Yeah,
he had all of his quotes.
They did him dirty.
We have somebody else join. I want to let them get in because I do have to hop off here in a minute. Elamar?
Yes. Hi.
Nice to get a lady on the stream. What's going on?
Thank you for everything that you do. I just want to let you know that I tune in daily, and I appreciate you always speaking the truth. I don't know if you remember, one day I sent you a super chat about Ali's army, and the only reason I brought that up was because in a video she talks about pro sports, and she says how each player has a number, and how she also talks about how it's all rigged, how they have like green screens and stuff like that to rig the sports.
Okay, is her website alisarmy.org?
I think it's alisarmy.com, but I'm
all right, I'm gonna find
TikTok. TikTok.
All right, I'm gonna find this. I do have to hop off here in a minute, but I do remember that. Thank you again for the super chat. Now, there's so many things I mean to follow up with, but there just aren't enough hours in a day, and I forget things. So I do need reminders. But thank you.
Thank you for everything that you do, and I hope everything goes well for your sweet lady and your sweet baby as well.
I do too. I'm a little bit worried about how big it is, but I know everything will work out. So. Thank you. All right, closing words for everybody. We'll go around like clock. Conley, Jay, Richard, and then Elamar, if you want to say one more thing. Conley?
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on the Utah BYU game that happened recently.
Yeah.
I was telling all my buddies that Utah was going to fall to 4-5 due to the fact that it is the 45th state, and number 9 BYU got to 9-0, and if you add 1 through 9, it equals 45. Just knowing this knowledge just makes you see through so much. So, I'm just real grateful that I can see it with open eyes now.
Thank you, Conley. Yep. Appreciate it, man.
Yep. We'll see you guys later.
Take care.
Peace.
All right, Jay.
The only closing words I got is I am scared to fight Dr. Savage. I don't want any snot on me. So.
Yeah. All right. What's up, King Richard?
And I wanted to correct myself on that Henry D. Lubac, the Jesuit. He died 102 days. His birthday is 102 days after November 11th. That's Armistice Day, right?
Yeah.
So it's a span of 102 days. And you know what? He died 68 days before Armistice Day too. 68. Or you could say a span of 69 days too. His name equals 69 and 102. That makes me think about 9/11 too. 9/11 is 1968, and the war. What is it? Art of War. The chapter 68 pages long. That reminds me of that too.
Just to remind people, the reason it used to be Armistice Day before Veterans Day was to remember peace after World War I, which ended on 11/11, supposedly at the 11th hour. All ones is the conclusion date for World War I, but supposedly there's not numerology going on from the top.
That and Veterans Day, actually, you know how it equals 163? It was named that the Congress had passed that June 1st, 1954. That's 163 days to November 11th. And Veterans Day is 163. And that's the 38th prime, DC on the 38th parallel. So.
Yeah, very good, very good. Yeah, that's how they do it year after year. Our government operates by the numbers. It's self-evident if you would just apply the knowledge. Some people want to sit on the sidelines and be like, that can't be, that's stupid. You're looking for patterns. It's like, lines up day after day. I mean, day after day, you can see it's a ritual. I mean, for all you guys out there, for all you guys on CT's channel, you heard me talking about the rituals with Trump in 48.
Yep.
And I'm pretty sure I mentioned on that panel, I'm pretty sure they're going to take the House with 218. And now you guys just got to say first time or the 48th time we've had a unified government where one party has everything. And just on the day, leaving 48 days left in the year, you really think they're counting your votes? You don't think it's all just a ritual? I mean, I think, listen, my perspective is that most people in terms of cognitive ability might as well be Special Olympians. And I don't say that to be funny. I say that because that's what I think of society based on everything I've witnessed in my lifetime, you know, having to grow up in slave school with the other kids in the classroom where I wonder what was wrong with them. I always felt like I'm the character in Idiocracy ever since that movie came out. I was like, this defines me. I don't feel like I'm that smart. I just feel like everybody else is like something severely wrong with them. So,
yeah, people are really stupid, man. And hey, you know what? You can't fix stupid. So, and I've learned that.
We're trying to, though. We're trying to do the impossible. This is Mission Impossible, real world example over here. All right, King Richard, keep it up.
All right, appreciate it.
All right. Yeah. And we got Narc SBE. What's up, Narc?
What up, bro? I had to put Kissinger on the picture, one of the Jewish minions of the Jesuits, but to let them know what's really going on with it, like who's the hierarchy with this shit. But keep doing what you're doing, bro. I know you be getting frustrated with these retards, man. I feel you because I be the same way. But we got to understand, man, like me and another dude were telling you in the chat, man, chaotic truth is probably a fed. So just keep that in mind.
Well, listen, he's very honest. He says he's a total sellout. He doesn't care about anybody else. He's only here for money. And he does say that he's Illuminati, too. And I don't know if he's joking about that last one.
Yeah.
But no, he is honest. He is honest. Yeah. And I can tell, well, he's sort of honest. I can also tell that my work is weighing more on his mind than he wants to admit.
Uh-oh.
But
yeah, no, I understand that completely, man. That's why, hey, if you can scalp some people from over there, man, God bless. But, you know, I think the only thing it should be used for is like a proving ground to test some of your, you know, whatever you're trying to do against the dumb mainstream kind of community of quote unquote conscious or aware or truthers or whatever. That's the only thing it's useful for, man, because I'm telling you, man, listen to some of them conversations. Shit.
Like, hey, hold on. Did you hear them accuse me of being a Jim Jones trying to get black people into some kind of Kool-Aid situation where I end up killing them all? Because they started talking about this, and I was like, come on, man. You're trying to get people to vote MAGA.
Exactly. But meanwhile, they're voting for Trump. And you already know I explained my thing with Trump, but it's like, come on now, man. This dude, you don't even need anything else. Just look at the fact that he went to a Jesuit school and got all these Jesuit numbers, man. They don't know the reality of what the power structure. It's not the damn, because they always talk about the Zionists. That's why I got Kissinger up here. It's not them. There's another group that controls them. And you've detailed it already. You've laid it out. They don't even need all the facts. They just need that one inkling. Hey, Trump is a Jesuit, or he works with the Jesuits. It's like, bruh, these people have been working for what, 1,000 years, something like that. Like, I don't know, man.
Well, the Jesuits took on things that came before them. I mean, the Jesuits have been here since 1534, but that's a long time in itself. They're coming up on their 600th anniversary, or what is that, 500th anniversary. But again, they took on things that came before them, like the Templars, and the Templars took knowledge that goes all the way back to Babylon and Sumer, that what's going on in the world has been going on a long time.
Exactly. So if you don't get that chronology, that genealogy of evil, then I don't know what to tell you. You're just not ready for this conversation. So, you know, hey, keep doing what you're doing, Zach. I got to send you some more money for your pain and suffering, bro.
You don't have to. I appreciate the support. Thank you very much. I like hearing your voice every time, and you have a great speaker's voice, so I hope you're doing a show in the world.
Hey man, I tried, but I'm banned again.
Hey, just like me, just keep coming back. Just keep coming back. Don't let
right.
them ban your voice.
Okay, brother. All right, thank you.
All right, take care.
Peace.
Yeah, I wish I had that guy. What did I just do? What did I just? Am I still here? I hit the wrong button. That guy's he's got that silky smooth voice. What's up, Elohim? Elohim, man, don't go back on that panel. Those people, like, I didn't realize that CT is the real life Clayton Bigsby. Like, he literally even hates black people as a black man, which is crazy. But thanks for going on there and trying to bat for us. How you want to close us out today, man? Elohim, are you there? If you guys don't know, Elohim went on CT's panel last night. For some reason, we can't hear his mic. And it's just crazy, man. It's just...
Can you hear me?
Oh, there you go. Now I do.
Man, I don't know what's all these AirPods, man. But yeah, man, yo, that panel is crazy. After you left last night, he was basically talking about how he thinks gematria is bullshit and how he doesn't believe it. And I think, Zach, whenever you go to these panels, you have to use sports. I feel like most people relate in sports.
Here, hold on.
I feel like you have to use.
I agree. Now, hold on. You did
examples
something,
to
though, that
really-
I thought was a mistake, and then they went to school on you. Again, this whole
What?
Kobe Bryant is Myles Garrett is not a smart argument.
Oh.
And that was your major mistake. Because then they thought you were just crazy.
I mean,
because again, you got to logically think this through, and they schooled you, didn't they? Because they're like, well, who was Myles Garrett then when he was playing at college?
Okay, but Zach, we don't know though. We don't know. You know, and they don't know. You know?
Do you think it's a good argument though?
I don't think, but it's something to at least think about. I just put a seed in there.
Here, I'm gonna tell you who promoted that theory. Conscious X, who stole my work and has made it look really dumb. That's the Conscious X theory that's out there. And sadly, that's the stuff that's getting out there more than what I'm putting out.
Yeah, his decodes, it just doesn't make sense. Like he's connecting random things to random things. But
now hold on. Where you could have got back in it, I actually like where CT went with it, because he's like, you know what you got me thinking about though? That a lot of these people share genetics, because he's like, everybody knows that Wilt Chamberlain supposedly slept with 30,000 women. So that means his seed could be all over. And half these players in the NBA could literally be related to Wilt Chamberlain. Because really, where do all these 7-foot black men come from? I've said the same thing forever. Because what he was getting on, he's like, you know, Myles Garrett and Kobe do kind of look alike. Do they share some kind of bloodline? Now, I think that's very possible. But I wouldn't be arguing that Myles Garrett's Kobe. It is possible. But, I mean, Kobe's a lot older than Myles Garrett, and I hear what you're saying with the body suits and the face masks, but we're getting into the woods here, and this stuff is all really hard to prove. That's why I say stick to things that can be explained. Like, I don't know why you didn't go to the whole long history of Kobe in 41. When he dropped 81, the rest of his team scored 41. When he dropped 60 in his last game, the rest of his team scored 41. They had to take him off the court with 4.1 seconds. Kobe Bryant, 41, dead on at 41 on the post-41st day of his age. Like,
yeah, but I thought you had already said all that. I thought you had.
I didn't. No, actually, I didn't. Actually, the only thing I talked about is how Kobe, because they keep cutting me off. Kobe Bryant equals 41, died on the Pope's 41st day of his age. That's actually as far as I took it with him.
Okay, yeah, because I think when you go in there, I think the best way to gravitate towards that type of audience is sports. You know, because I just feel like when the topic was on politics and you was trying to you know, connect all these politics and world stories, I guess they wasn't gravitating towards it more. I feel like they would gravitate towards more of you you know, decoding you know, their favorite players or their favorite sport, you know. I feel like that's, at least that's the way I gravitated towards your work, you know.
I get that, and I agree. Yeah. People do care about the sports more than anything. I'm just saying, stick to arguments where you have a lot of bullet points. Because I feel like in the part where it got to them trying to debunk the Myles Garrett thing, I feel like they were winning that debate. And that's why I've always said you guys got to stay away from that Myles Garrett Kobe argument. That's not a strong argument.
Yeah, but the reason I really just mentioned it to them was just to like plant a seed, and like you said, CT started thinking about like the whole thing with the you know, them breeding players. Yeah, them breeding players.
And I heard him bring up that he thinks Nate Thurmond is LeBron's father. I was like, oh, he has something in common. I've been saying that for over a decade.
I was actually surprised. I was very surprised when he said that. But yeah, I just really put that thing out there just to have somebody just plant a seed into somebody's head, and
Hold on, Elohim, I gotta quiz you though. Do you remember the connection with Nate Thurmond's death in regards to LeBron winning on King James's birthday? You remember how that went down?
Yeah, with because Nate Thurmond played for the Cavs and the Warriors.
What was the number ritual?
Besides
how much
42?
did LeBron score? How much did LeBron score in that Game 7 on King James's birthday?
Was it 42?
No, he scored 27. How many days later did Nate Thurmond die?
I'm assuming 27 days later.
It was 27 days later. And to understand the significance, if you guys go back and look, before Game 7 was played, when LeBron won on the road King James' birthday, the big story that day was the actor Anton Yelchin died at 27. And if you look at his birth numerology, it adds up to 103, which is the 27th prime. And that was the Cavs' 103rd game of the season, that Game 7. 103, 27th prime. LeBron drops 27. Nate Thurmond dies 27 days later. Remember, he's King James. King James has a Bible named after him. There's 27 books in the New Testament. And don't forget, the Warriors lost with 89 points, like King James equals 89, like religion, like there's 89 chapters in the gospel. And again, there's a lot that you can say about that ritual. But see, again, I'd encourage people to study up on those rituals and make sure they know all the core elements, so that you can just like pound the nail in even further. It's like, now where's your argument? And again, for people who don't know, Nate Thurmond wore 42 with the Warriors and Cavs. Before those teams ever met in the finals, that was the first time I ever predicted the NBA finals. LeBron had his season high of 42, 98 days before Game 1 of the finals. And I said, there it is right now, there, because it was against the Warriors and Cavs. I said, look at this, because I already knew these things. Before I knew Gematria, I knew that LeBron and Curry were born in the same hospital. I always thought that was weird in Akron, where Nate Thurmond's from. And then when I learned Gematria, I was like, look at that, LeBron James. Because I always thought LeBron James was Nate Thurmond's son before I even knew Gematria. And the reason I was so familiar with Nate Thurmond is because my dad thinks Nate Thurmond's one of the greatest basketball players ever. He loved George Gervin and Nate Thurmond. So when LeBron came in the league, I was like, damn, he looks like Nate Thurmond. But then you learn Gematria, like, what? His name is Nate Thurmond's jersey? But go back and look, you guys. LeBron dropped 42, 98 days before Game 1 of the finals, before they played the first finals against each other. National Basketball Association equals 98. A lot of people came around when that finals was, because go back to what Game 1 happened. The score was 98-98, and it went to overtime. And I was like, look at this, you guys. I told you it was going to be this finals. And now it goes to overtime, 98-98. I mean, come on.
Yeah. Like I was saying, when you go on these panels, Zach, or the next time you go on there, I feel like you need to really like let them know that everything goes back to the Pope. Everything goes back to the Pope. You need to emphasize that, because the guy there with the tattoo, the face tat, I don't know if he's just lost so many brain cells over the years, but
that guy's an idiot.
It's like he just cannot process.
He's like literally. That's not even. When I was ranting yesterday morning about the guy with the face tats, I wasn't even talking about that one. But both of them are brain dead.
Yeah, they
No, I mean that's what gets annoying about being an intelligent person in a society full of dummies. Dummies don't know their place, and people get mad about my rants because again, people think I'm joking, but I'm really not. Again, I don't think Small Mustache Man was wrong about his idea about eugenics and needing a superior race of people. It doesn't need to be one race, but we don't need dummies. There's no use for dumb people. They're only going to cause problems and waste resources. And I don't think it's wrong to think like this. I mean, you look at that fat, sloppy kid that came on talking shit to us last night. That kid doesn't know his place. There's no need for a fat slob anywhere. All he's going to end up being is a tax expense for me, paying his medical bills someday, because all he does with his life is jerk off, play video games, and eat Cheetos. He doesn't need to exist, okay? I don't need to be paying for his medical bills someday through my tax dollars. And again, for all of you guys who do not get this, I'm sorry. The reason they told you that was the most evil man in the world is actually because he had a lot of good ideas, and a lot of people need to get tougher and more logical and realize it's true, okay? You need to realize it's true. Fat losers, dumb morons that think they're smart, don't need to exist. Point blank, period.
Quick question, Zach. Didn't Hitler wanted didn't they want like a specific type of race in
Well, they say he
society?
wanted an Aryan race. They say he wanted white people with blonde hair and blue eyes. You know, I've actually never seen anywhere where that's said. I don't know if that really is true, but he definitely wanted smarter people. He wanted more capable people. He wanted a society that wasn't a bunch of degenerate losers.
But he
And
hated the Jews, right?
you know, again, I don't know that that's true because he sent a bunch of them to start up Israel. He was a Jesuit. He was a Jesuit and he was part of an agenda. So I don't know how you could hate people and help them set up their own country, which is what he did. And none of that's told in our slave textbooks.
Because I read some things a couple years ago that Hitler hated the Jews because of the certain beliefs they was trying to push on society.
Right.
Like
Well, he actually, okay, so he has speeches pointing to America and what the Jews are doing with Hollywood and how it's making a society of degenerates in America. And he said he didn't want that there. So he has remarks like that. And I mean, you look at it and you're like, well, they do push the entertainment industry, which does push a lot of degenerate behavior. So was he all the way wrong? I mean, I see that what he said seems to be kind of true. I mean, look at society now. The reason, like, when you watch that CT guys panel we're on, his whole thing is like they're the kind of guys that watch Family Guy and like going on and trolling people online, and they are part of this degenerate culture that has been made. So in a way, I almost feel like what Small Mustache Man was talking about was exactly kind of what you see on CT's channel.
yeah. Yeah, like I said, with them, I mean, it's good that, it's another platform to, you know, get the knowledge out. But with them, like they're like the type of crowd that like you need to gravitate with sports with them. Like for example, the I don't know if it was like some British guy, he was talking about how does this knowledge apply to the world, to like in Europe and European football, and you started talking about the World Cup, so things like that, things that they're familiar with, so
And that British guy was getting all butthurt. He's like, no, you don't understand. They had to play it then because the game was in Qatar where it's too hot in the summer. And
yeah,
I'd say back to him, I'd say, no, you don't get it. That's the
exactly,
excuse they created so that they could have the game one day after the Pope's 86th birthday as his native
exactly,
country wins the World Cup for the first time since 86 after the death of the guy who was on that team known for the hand of God play. And then again,
exactly,
you see how these small-minded people work. He comes back and goes, do you not understand how hot it is in Qatar in the summer? It's like you can just tell you're talking to like a mental midget. And
yep,
then that same mental midget, he got all butthurt because he couldn't remember dates in order. And I came on the stream and I said, here, I'll help you out. I said, the date you're trying to remember is August 15th, which is also the Jesuit order's birthday. And then he got all upset. He's like, God, you're such a one-trick pony. Everything has to come back to the Jesuits. And I said, well, look, you couldn't remember the date. I came on and just told you what it was, and it was the Jesuit order's birthday. And he's like, I've had enough of the numbers crap. It's like, so again, you guys, you have to understand, most people are mental midgets. They're too stubborn. They're too stupid. And then they just fall for everything that's given to them. And then when you give them a logical argument, you say, listen, hey, did you call the World Cup and help a guy win 40,000 and another guy win 20,000? All the other people that won a ton of money off my World Cup pick of Argentina to beat France, to drop France to 2-2 in the championship in 22 when it's Pope Francis's World Cup? Because again, we did. And he doesn't have any results. He's like, well, I don't know that that's true. Okay, Mr. Peekaboo. Mr. Peekaboo, you think because you don't know about it, it didn't happen. I mean, what a dumbass. Again, you guys, I am someone that, is a little bit arrogant and cocky, and it's come from living and dancing circles around everybody, whether it was on a sports field or in the classroom or in the debate arena or being here and making my point every day and nothing but losers talking shit who have no real debate. Yeah, again, I don't like being at the top in terms of intellectuals in the world when you realize how far above everybody you are. And I'm sorry, call it arrogant all you want, but it's also true. And if you can't dig it, then take a hike. Go back to your other favorite Special Olympian channel and make fun of people because they're in a different political party and make your life about that and be part of the problem, okay? I don't know what else to say. So I do have
yeah,
to hop off, though. I went way past 9, but I got so many rants that just need to come out of my mouth. All right, Elohim, close us out. What are your closing words?
yeah. I'm just gonna say, Zach, do you think, I mean, you already know how I feel about this whole thing. Like, I just feel like everybody's just under a spell.
They are.
They've made us so dumb that we they've made society so dumb to the point where society can't even figure it out. Gematria, really,
When it's explained to
because
them and it's elementary.
yeah, but that in itself is too complex for them, So the Jesuits have just dumbed people so down to the point where they can't even understand a simple numerical code. So I mean, like I told the guy on the panel the other day, like the Jesuits are, you have to understand who you're messing with. These are experts in human psychology, and they have truly done a great job. So.
Indeed. Appreciate it, Elohim. You take care.
Anyway, wait, Zach, are you gonna be on Patreon today?
Of course. We got Thursday Night Football to capitalize on. It's 35 Thursday.
No problem. See you there.
All right, take care, man. And by the way, I mean, have I not been telling you guys for years that it's so obvious that crypto is totally manipulated and it's totally Jesuit controlled? And I mean, just look at the ritual with a Dogecoin as they create the DOGE on the Superior General's birthday. I mean, it's just Department of Government Efficiency in the Jewish cipher is 2024, like the year it's created in. And again, dopes will be like, oh, now you have to use a different cipher. There's a reason for all these ciphers. I can't create a sentence to equal 2,000 and anything using the alphabetic order. I didn't invent any of these ciphers. I'm using things that existed that have been in the world since before any of us were here. All of you dopes who don't get that are just that, dopes. Listen, my points are being proven every day. I've been showing that crypto is a Jesuit-controlled world because they run the money world. Bitcoin equals 72 like money. I'm not a crypto guy, and I guarantee you we have better predictions about what Bitcoin would do than anybody else who's ever made predictions about Bitcoin. Guaranteed. I mean, we've proven that in spades and helped a lot of people do well there. I personally will not invest in Bitcoin or in these cryptos because I see the agenda. They want to transition us to digital currency, which is part of their surveillance state. You'll own nothing and be happy. I mean, talk about investing your money in like literally nothing. I understand that you can multiply your money, but like literally you're investing in something that's nothing. There is no asset there. It is something in digital cyberspace, numbers going up and down. It couldn't be any more easily manipulated. And I have some dipshit that I met in Portland. He's probably watching right now. He gets all butthurt and writes emails. He came out with a pack of cigarettes. He's like, Zach, you're so wrong about Bitcoin. You haven't studied Bitcoin. There's that, and this after like how many perfectly dead on calls about Bitcoin. He's coming out there to argue with me, smoking cigarettes, and then he's like, by the way, I don't have any money for your book, but could I get one? I was just like, so you got like a $10 pack of cigarettes in your hand, but you don't have any money for the book, huh? I gave him a book, but he was just like an ass the whole time too. He's like, you're totally wrong about the Bitcoin and the cryptos. He smokes another cigarette. Zach, I mean, have you studied it? It's like mining, and it's totally the thing that's going to save us. Here, I need another cigarette. I can't afford your book. It's just like, dude. And he's still in the background somewhere out there. He's probably going to send an email tonight. Zach, I can't believe you still haven't figured out that Bitcoin is here to save the people. Dude, you're a fucking retard, okay? I regret that I gave you a book. I hope those cigarettes kill you sooner than later. I mean, that's honestly where I'm at with you. So, what's up, D26?
I won't say anything else. Could you just read the message that I said on the private chat?
Let me get that. Do you want me to read it to the audience?
No. That's the reason. That's the whole reason I don't want others to read. We'll talk. I just I didn't know. I thought you already had the baby. So I think I just heard that you have to go to the hospital on this weekend. So, if it's possible, we can talk later before that, or we can talk after that next week maybe.
So it sounds like you watched Knowing.
Yeah, I did actually, which was really good. And I would suggest you even a better movie, which I feel is one of my favorite movies of all time. That's Arrival, Amy Adams and Jeremy Renner.
Arrival?
Yeah. Have you
watched that? Is that one about aliens?
Yes, it is.
I think I saw that years ago, but I don't remember it. I have to watch it again.
It has got Oscars, and it is one of the world's one of the best sci-fi and timeline movies. But yeah.
Okay, Arrival.
So if you have,
I know your recommendation is going to be good. I haven't seen that for years. I want to say that movie came out 20 years ago, if not more. So
2016. So I think it is 8 years ago.
Oh, maybe I didn't see it then. Maybe
I was in
see
high
it.
school. I was in high school.
Maybe I remember it, but didn't see it. Okay, I was
One
thinking
movie which I haven't seen is Braveheart, so I'm going to probably watch it now.
That's the freedom movie. That's where the freedom. Yeah.
I just want something to. I just want to shut down all the things that is happening in my life. So.
Well, stay strong, D26. The world needs you.
Yeah. We'll talk soon. Let me know when it is a good time.
All right, we will. All right, friend, you take care.
You too.
All right, and Dante Reed, it's crazy. There's so many good examples out there, and I had literally already forgotten the LeBron setting the record. But yeah, absolutely. Just a great one. And what's annoying about this panel, though, is like CT, I know that will register in his brain as like an impossible coincidence, but then he'll go like, he'll think about it real hard and like, whoa. He'll go, but I don't believe it. It's like Pokemon. It's like, dude, can you stop with the stupid response? I don't believe it. He just keeps saying that. It's like Pokemon. Like, again, him and I, he's the same age as me. We're not from the Pokemon generation, so I don't know why everything reminds him about Pokemon. Unless he started playing Pokemon in his 20s. He's like total geek. But Dante Reed says, keep it simple for CT. CT's not a dumb guy. LeBron broke scoring title at 38, scored 38, played 38 minutes on 38th day of the year, 38 years after Kareem at age 30. Exactly. Let me go through the super chatters. Marilyn, thank you so much for your super generosity. I would recommend anytime anybody make a large donation like this, it's better to not do it on YouTube because YouTube does take 30%. And Google's an evil company, so what's 30% of 50? It's almost $17. So it's like $17 goes to the evil empire. But thank you very much, Marilyn Miller. I do appreciate it. It is super generous. And thank you for starting us off with a bang. Chief Roscoe from overseas says, Zach, you need to play a clip. Watch Julian Dory's podcast episode number 2. Let me take a screenshot of this so I remember. Julian Dory's podcast episode number 246. Danny Sheehan. He talks about working at the Jesuit headquarters in Washington, D.C. to control public policy. And he say, that's not the... I wonder if he's related to Cindy Sheehan. I remember when that was the whole thing. All right. That sounds like a good little tip there. Thank you, Chief Roscoe. Truth does not exist. Trump banned bump stocks. Sebastian, listen. I need you to do better, okay? Because I did ban you and I brought you back. But again, you do not make this community look good. I feel like you try to help, or sometimes I'm not sure. Sometimes I just really wonder about you. But it's just like, you went over on CT's channel and Cuts made us look really bad, and then you helped make us look even worse, okay? I want you to reflect on that. You need to do better, and I'm going to call you out. You literally went on a stream and bragged about having a 6-inch dick. You don't think this starts to look weird? I understand 6 inches is average, but most people don't brag about having a 6-inch dick. And in a way, it's just like, how could anybody even say this? And then you're on there bragging about apparently having sex with Cuts' ex-girlfriend. I mean, none of this, it's just making us look like we're a bunch of weirdos over here. And we don't need that. So, and Trump did ban bump stocks, you're right. But you're going to get everybody to ban gematria from their mind doing what you're doing. And you got to make better arguments. You got to know your stuff better. You got beat up by that dweeby Catholic kid who didn't know what he was talking about. You got to do better. And don't go on there anyway, because they're a bunch of mean bullies. I saw the way they treated you. Those people are messed up. But I'm calling you out for things that you did do that were not cool. I mean, like, listen. Do you think it makes you look good to be saying that you're smashing Cuts' girlfriend? Because in everyone's mind, they're like, oh my God, Cuts even had a girlfriend? That seems like, I can't even imagine now how much of a mess she's got to be. So now you're with her? What's wrong with you? You see? Okay. This got to stop. Again, see, I get frustrated because, like, anytime I do a call-in show or a stream, you're usually the one that wants to hop on first. And I'm like, don't you understand? how this makes me look bad when you're the first one that comes on. Like the only ones out there is an autistic teenager who's kind of weird. It's like, it's like creating the stereotype. Like that's what people say. They're like, oh, look how autistic and stupid this work is. And then it's like the only person in the world who hops on the stream. It just makes you go like, why am I even doing this? Like, where is the world at where are the adults my age? Why is it a teenager that is like, go back and listen to the, God, who was it that I think it was Chris Rock, the comedian, put out like a music CD, like music to jokes, and he had like a song on there. You ain't got to lie to kick it. I don't know. I just always think of that when you're hanging around. So grow up and come back in 5 years. Okay. I think it'll be better then. I'll still be here. All right. Too many turd factories with face tats and neck beards. I agree. But somehow, some way, you went on there and made us look worse. Okay? It was a hard thing to do. You did it. Mukhtar says, go to Quran 230. All right, so we're going to Surah 230. Let's see. I don't know this one. How come when I searched it, it did that? Remember when your Lord said to the angels, I am going to place a successive human authority on earth. Then asked Allah, will you place it someone who will spread corruption there and shed blood while we glorify your praises and proclaim your holiness? Allah responded, I know what you do not know. Okay. Sounds about right. Appreciate that. All right, let's see. What else do we got? Open Up said, imagine going outside and seeing this thing screaming at his phone in the yard. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that was about Dr. Savage, who had like an icicle coming out of his nose with snot. It's like, how does this man not notice that is happening to his nose right now? Like that, you understand? You know what? Again, he did have a severe brain injury. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. 33rd degree free Memeson. Can you cover Greg Popovich? What more about him? I remember his nice ritual with the Warriors last year on January 13th. They hyped up the meeting of the bottom dwellers on 113 as the Warriors prevail with 113 points. I remember that one. Oh, actually, I heard he had some kind of health failure or stroke on November 2nd. Hold on. Here, let me. I actually just caught wind of that last night, that he had supposedly a stroke on November 2nd. What's today? 14th. Would have been 12 days ago. Would have been 86 days before his birthday. Hopefully they're not 86 in Greg Popovich. I'll have to look more into it. But yeah, appreciate it. 86 days before his birthday. It looks like that news broke. Mega also stands for Megas, which also sums to 74. Oh, yes, and the Megas returns after leaving office at 74. King Richard always with the good observations. Nada said 11/27 is big day. J.D. Vance real name, James Donald Bowman. I appreciate the donation, but like I look at a decode like this and I'm like, okay, 11/27 big day. J.D. Vance real name equals 166. From his birthday to that day is 117 days. It has 82 date numerology. I'm just like, okay, that's a lot of different numbers. Do they fit together? I don't know what we're doing here. But thank you. I do suspect some interesting things go down November 27th. But thank you. I'll have to think more about your message later. It's just, again, one number, making sense of why that date's connected. I mean, that would be an effective super chat. Edison Eagles 12. Thank you very much. Dante Reed getting in here multiple times. Zach, we appreciate more than you. I appreciate that, Dante Reed. And I saw you giving all the super chats to CT as well. Thank you for trying to stand up for the work and get out the message. He does read those super chats. Vandera, truth matters. Absolutely. Absolutely. That poor Catholic kid, he couldn't even read my hat right. I forget what he said. He said, "Your hat says truth something," and I was like, "Can he not read? It doesn't." He said a different word that matters. I was like, "What is wrong with him? Can't get his dates right. Thinks he knows everything. Doesn't know anything. Can't even read the second word on my hat, which is plain as day." Thank you, Vandera. Jalen B said, "Zach, what shape do you think the Earth is? A sphere." Again, all the math supports it. Look at the shadow on the moon. Tells you all you need to know. And I guess unless you're one of those like, "Oh, no, the moon is a hologram." It's like, okay, what machine is putting that hologram up there? If you want to start subscribing to crap like that and making yourself look like a lunatic, I mean, be my guest. It's not helping you out. It's not helping anybody else out. The spherical math is how the coordinates work and sailing, and why at different coordinates you use the star to tell your direction and place on Earth. Again, all of this mathematical spherical stuff that goes with the Earth and its shape has been used for centuries, predating the Jesuits, for navigation. Again, we need to educate ourselves, people. We need to educate ourselves. The flat Earth psyop is also a litmus test by these people to see if their cultural dumbing down has worked. And surely it has, because look how many people have gone for the flat Earth psyop. Says, "I know you seem like you don't care, but I feel like it's a big part of the puzzle." The flat Earth psyop is a big part of Google's purposeful destruction of the truth community. And again, I called it all in 2015. I said, watch. I wish my channel hadn't been deleted. In 2015, I was saying, just wait until the headlines come out that they're like censoring this stuff, and they're writing headlines about how it's equivalent to questioning 9/11 and other things and jabs and whatnot. And then next thing you know, there it was. It was 2017. We're all getting deleted. The New York Times, CNN, they're all writing publications. Google is cracking down on flat Earth, 9/11 conspiracy theorists, anti-vaxxers. It's like, I mean, I told you. This was so obvious that this is exactly what they do. They'd make an equivalence of these things. One is totally based in facts and documentable. And well, all of these things are the spherical Earth, the conspiracies. Math proves the 9/11 lies, the shape of the Earth. Again, they know the dumb people though who can't put two and two together, can't figure it out. What are your thoughts? I know astrology is real, but it doesn't go with round Earth. Now we're getting on to what's that other guy? Marty leads you nowhere. This is his thing. Marty leads you nowhere. Another guy who tries to say the only cipher that matters is septenary. Septenary is an interesting cipher, but it certainly isn't the only cipher that matters. Yeah, he couldn't get it done with the gematria and the septenary cipher, so he hopped on the flat Earth bandwagon. And I don't know where astrology doesn't fit in with the spherical Earth, though. Are you saying because the constellations in the northern hemisphere that dominates? Is this the argument? I think that must be your argument. You have to understand the northern hemisphere is where the dominant cultures come from that control what information we know. And that's why astrology is focused on what's seen from the northern hemisphere. That can be the only argument I see that you're trying to make. And again, there's logical explanations that, again, this doesn't have to do with the shape of the Earth, okay? A lot of flat earthers are highly lacking in the logic department. World Series ended 47 days before the JFK anniversary. Yeah, interesting. In 63. Interesting. Again, 63, 81, and 2024. Dodgers beat the Yankees, and presidents got shot in all those years. Los Angeles equals 109. Yankees 109, shooting 109. This year, the Dodgers get 109 wins to win the World Series 109 days. After Trump, the actor, dodged a bullet on the 13th under the 13 stripes. Again, 13 weeks from the anniversary of the Secret Service being established. It's embarrassing that people can't see through this. Excuse me. You guys, if they had an intelligent populace, like let's say that I was the average intelligence, and really I should be the average intelligence in the U.S. You guys, I don't think I'm that special. I just think I'm way above the average total tard that walks this earth. And that's not because I'm special. Well, I guess in a way, maybe that is some kind of special, but it's really more just like recognizing how dumb everyone else is. It's not that I was given much greater abilities than any human being should have. You know, I'm 5'10". I come from modest means. My mom cleaned houses. My dad drove a delivery truck for a meat company. No special education, but just a mind that doesn't, you know, fall for bullshit and has simple, logical reasoning processes. Can recognize that, you know, a demolition is a demolition and it happen on 911 and a national emergency to be declared. I mean, these things aren't really that brilliant. It's just like, no shit. What's wrong with everybody else? I mean, but what are you going to do when you're the normal guy in an idiocracy? All of a sudden, you start to look special. So, that said, I mean, it is also true that I was born on the coldest day ever recorded. Maybe there's something to that. I don't know. They say when hell freezes over, special things will happen, and this place has been made into hell, and it did freeze over on that day. There was never a colder day. It was like, what day is that? Hey, just type in what's the coldest day ever recorded. You'll see it was July 21st, 1983. That's the day yours truly blessed this earth. I don't know. Think what you want. Kennedy Marcelin, thank you. 1106, in tribute to the chump on 116, the Manchurian candidate. Dante, read again. Keep it simple. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Hey, I'm glad you remember that example. LeBron broke the scoring title at 38. He scored 38. He played 38 minutes. It was the 38th day of the year, and it was 38 years after Kareem at age 38 was in the 30. Again, the scoring range was in the 38,000 mark. So, and remember, 38 is an interesting number. English is 38, Gematria is 38, Energy is 38, Kabbalah is 38, this nation's capital, the Masonic city, Masonry based in Kabbalah is on the 38th parallel, the big killing department, the Pentagon's 38. I've talked about for years all the bodies connected to LeBron, including the 2 UCLA players, days within him showing up into UCLA, death, murder, killing, RIP, all 38. I don't think that's an accident. Real talk. Zach, they're all squibs. That's a word I don't know. Is that a British word? Just like the device detonated on JFK's head to which the protective metal plate rolled off the Lincoln. Jackie was a ninja. Interesting. And, squib packs, like what they use in Hollywood. Yeah, like what Trump either did the razor blade trick or the squib pack. No doubt about it. Easy tactics for a society of dopes. Enough is enough card from the Illuminati card game. Things we called out way before it happened. I mean, go back and watch my video from April 5th, 2023. I said there's going to be multiple assassination stories and looked like they were pointing to Trump all through RFK filing his paperwork on 4-5. Donald Trump, number 45. So many stories comparing him to George Wallace over the years who got shot on the campaign trail. The story from Central Park, the Trump tombstone where it said, "Made America Hate Again." And then, I mean, again, just saying the day that Robert Kennedy files his paperwork by the numbers, and remember that was 144 days after the Superior General's birthday, like his dad died at 1:44 a.m., at least so they say, and Kennedy was shot 144 days from meeting with the Pope, and Lincoln was shot on 14/4, and again, Jesuit orders 144. But again, we drew that parallel April 5th, 2023, and then Robert Kennedy equals 195, like the work of a nation, the center of intelligence also equals 195. It also equals 201, but the fireman who was killed in the year of the dragon, his name was 195, but all on the 195th day of the year. And then Robert Kennedy gets Secret Service protection after that, from Joe Biden, who has the same birthday as his father, November 20th. And again, all the low IQs are like, "You're talking too fast, man. You see how crazy you sound? I can't follow. You're crazy. I have a low IQ, and I just want to make myself feel better by attacking you. Mega. And tell me it's not true, losers. Tell me it's not true. You know it is. You know I got your number. You're too dumb to follow this man talking, presenting nothing but facts, calling it out before it happens, and then you still can't give credit because your butt hurt, because your ego's bigger than it should be. Again, you don't have to deserve to have an ego. You haven't been right about anything. You're falling for everything. You're what Mark Twain wrote about. It's easier to fool someone than convince them they've been fooled. Trust me, I know I live in Tardville. They fall for everything. They fall for rig selections. They fall for the demolition of towers. I mean, to fall for the chump. To fall for the chump? Listen, a lot of you guys worship a man that wants to fuck his own daughter. What does that say about you? Does that not say that you're a loser? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Any real man knows it's not cool to want to fuck your own daughter. And then to support him, we're talking about a new level of low. Have you seen that sheep ad? Have you seen the sheep ad that Trump did? Do you remember how it ends? It ends with the digital sheep. What's that digital sheep say to the camera after Trump's dressed there in the same suit and tie he wore for selection night? After he says they'll never count sheep again. Well, what's the last sheep say? He gets the last word in the Serta ad. It's a really weird line. It's like, how does that help sell mattresses? The sheep says, where is your dignity? Where is your dignity, Trump supporter? You support a man who wants to fuck his own daughter, okay? Where is your dignity? You don't have any. All right. CBD, I'm sorry that I got to this late. I'm sorry, CBD. I missed your comment in the chat. You're welcome to email me, GematriaEffectNews@gmail.com. I will look for your email. Thank you for the donation. I apologize for missing the comment. How do you bet tonight and join Patreon? Patreon links in the description of every video. Patreon.com/Zachary K. Hubbard. I told CT Carl Anthony Towns was going to go off. I saw your comment about the basketball 68, his name 68 date numerology. Let's see. Yeah, here, let's see. Let's see. Carl Anthony Towns. Here, let's just go to Basketball Reference. That'll be the easiest way to see what he did last night. Carl Anthony. Oh, God, he's got the hyphen, right? Carl Anthony, weird name. Last night, he did drop this super chat. 18 field goals made, 30 attempts. Again, 6 threes made, 46 points. Yeah. And see, that's the problem with people, believers, you can't convince them anything. I did see your super chat on his stream yesterday, and he read it. He's like, okay, this guy says Carl Anthony Towns is going off because of Gematria. Hey, listen, I didn't make that call. Gematria Sense, who uses the knowledge, made the call. Back when I was doing this in 2014, haters were coming at me like, oh, if this is true, how come nobody's done it before? Like, hey, they say nothing new under the sun. I'm not exactly saying this is new, but the new thing is somebody's bringing it to you on YouTube and showing you how this ancient knowledge applies to modern day rig sports. And, you know, now there's a lot of people doing it. I mean, look at how many people sell a Patreon with Gematria Decode by the numbers. And CT got one through a super chat that was right on the money. He could have put down a little bet and made more than again, CT, you spent 12 hours on there yesterday just begging for super chats and bringing nothing beneficial to the world. Playing down the truth, mocking the truth, having a panel full of racist losers, going on a tirade against African men. I was just like, my God, this guy might be the real-life Clayton Bigsby. Again, you brought Vile into the world. You denied the truth, and you could have made more last night by just taking my man's advice on Carl Anthony Towns. Player props galore. Would have hit every single one on the plus side. And these are the kind of things we do day after day. So, well done, Gematria Sense. I did see your super chat. Anyone can verify it, as long as he didn't take down that part of the stream. He does take down his streams once he's done. And I don't understand how that's helping him with his money. If he leaves them up and gets ad revenue, he makes more. Oh, by the way, I forgot to put up on the screen. Carl Anthony Towns. Here. Basketball Reference. Look at his game log. You guys can verify. CT, November 13th. Gematria Sense did drop a super chat. And he said, Carl Anthony Towns equals 68. You see that? Just like how they killed that guy yesterday in the 68 ritual, that lawyer. I covered that in last night's video. Missed last night's video. We talked about 68 was the ritual in politics. But again, basketball, 68. You know, it's not an arbitrary number. LeBron became the oldest player to have 3 triple-doubles in a row yesterday on the 68 date. You know? A dummy's 4 ciphers. Just like, dude. All of you guys who sit there and do that, it's like, how big of special Olympians are you? That troll who sits there and makes videos. Why do you leave out the part when people are saying, hey, thanks, Zach. Turned 5 into 500 last night. Hey, Zach, thanks. My future landed for 20. I parlayed your 2 futures together and made 1,200 off of 20. Thanks, Zach. How does that not make your stream? As you make the video about how Gematria is bullshit. as people are hitting bigger slips than ever. Again, there's never been a movement of people who turn smaller bills of money into bigger bills than the decade plus I've been here doing this now. Okay, that's a fact. That's just a fact, Jack. Hate all you want, but those are facts. There's a reason that we go 13-3, and trolls are everywhere spamming that we went 3-13. They don't want people to know about it. I mean, think about that, you guys. Why is there a pack of trolls that have to follow me everywhere and lie? They have to lie to try and discredit me. That's the tactic to discredit Zach, to lie and denounce the accomplishments. Can't figure that one out? Think about that. Who else has people stalking them on the internet, lying about them everywhere, chopping up videos to make it look like we got things wrong that we didn't? Again, there's a serious agenda out there trying to keep you away from this. And then a lot of you are just so dumb, you just keep denying it. And it's because you can't get over your ego. You mean to tell me I grew to be 40 years old and I didn't realize the game was rigged? Hey, there's consequences to being an idiot. And sometimes you just got to swallow the pill and say, I don't want to be an idiot anymore. And because guess what? There's benefits. There's benefits to not being an idiot. And people might think I'm an asshole for phrasing it that way, but hey, what's it say up here? It says truth matters. It doesn't say being a nice guy matters. It doesn't mean sugarcoating shit matters. That's not what it says. It says truth matters. And if you can't tell that pro sports are rigged, you're stupid, okay? That's just it. I saw it when I was 7. 7! That's not cap. That's true. I was 7 years old when the Bulls played the Blazers, and it was obvious to me then as a 7-year-old it was rigged. It was so obvious. Hey, you blew on Michael Jordan. That's a foul. Stop blowing on Michael Jordan. Foul. Michael Jordan's traveling, slapping the shit out of fools. No calls. I was 7. 7. Michael Jordan with the clothesline. I mean, he could have. You guys, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but that's how it was back then when I was 7. Michael Jordan could get away with anything. All of a sudden, the Blazers are a dog shit basketball team for Michael Jordan. Man, they've been killing everybody. For people who don't know, I grew up in Portland in the heyday of the Blazers. They had the longest playoff streak of any pro sports team at the time. They dominated everybody until they got to the finals. Then they couldn't play basketball against the Pistons. They couldn't play against Jordan. You know what I mean? I don't know what's wrong with you dummies. You know, Michael equals 33, wins his first 3 games, and then his dad dies 33 days later. NBA Finals 33, his dad's found dead on Interstate 74 where it meets 95 when they come out to Sirius, and Sirius equals 95, and we always talk about the 74-33 pairing. Again, Jesus 74, like cross, like Messiah, like gospel, like parables, the supposedly on the cross at 33, even though that's nowhere in the Bible, but everyone's accepted that story. I mean, please. Yeah, well done, Gematria Sense. You sure did. I saw it. Boom. Jalen B. Thanks for the answer. Abshap of the Earth. Have you heard of... man. Have you heard of Shiltos Bonacci? Dude. Another one of these convicts that gets on the tube and claims the Earth's flat. And by the way, he just stole my whole thing with the Jesuits. He never talked about the Jesuits ever until he realized that I was right. He's another hater that came out of nowhere, started making attack videos against me. Some old lunatic. I don't want to say that there's no smarts in that brain, but again, I don't respect any shill comes out of the penitentiary and starts promoting the flat Earth. Again, you got the flat Earth rapist, ODD reality. You got retard from Boston who beat somebody up with a baseball bat and got rich off the flat Earth. Again, too many flat Earth shills from the penitentiary. Santos Bonacci's another one. Oh, what else did he go on to say here? You and him talk about the same. Yeah, that's because he copies me. Except he talks about, yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah. Again, Santos Bonacci, fraud. That's why he talks about flat Earth and not what I'm talking about. And he's made videos attacking my work. Sorry, his work's based in bullshit. Mine's based in facts. And also, have you seen that lunatic's rants online about how he said he's Jesus? He's gone on a rant saying he's Jesus, Messiah, the chosen one. No, you're not, old man. You're a loser. Jesus wouldn't embarrass himself and say the Earth's flat. Okay, never happened. So yeah, Santos, I'm not gonna throw the baby out with the bathwater. Some of his stuff on researching the Catholic Church and the Jesuits is good, but he wasn't doing that until he's another one of these idiots that sits there and watches me and wants to talk shit. He hangs out with that other loser who learned from me, who comes from Hollywood, that's related to Joe Pesci, who tries to make this work look dumb. They do streams together, you know. All right. Anyway, I went way past 9 a.m. I went an hour over. I got to get to work, you guys. Thank you to everyone who's liking the share. Hey, come join us on Patreon. Learn how to decode sports. Your decoding knowledge, learn how to apply it to other things. It applies to crypto. It applies to the market. We've proven all this in spades over the years. My community mostly likes sports, so we stay focused on sports. A lot of people in American culture know a lot more about sports than anything else. But if you learn this knowledge and you have a mind that can think for itself and research, you will find the patterns in the market, in the crypto, and you can be successful there, okay? Proven this all across the board over many years. It's undeniable. It's no cap. All of you guys who think it's bullshit, I'm sorry. That's just your small, insufficient mind up here. That's all that is, okay? You can't convince a dumb person they're dumb, all right? And that's the problem with dumb people. They don't know their place, okay? You're not looking at a dumb person. If I was a dumb person, you'd see me ran off the tube a long time ago. I've been here for over 11 years, proving my point every single day. Hey, again, another correct prediction landed here. Let me just put up on the screen before we close out of here. I told you guys Trump was going to win the House, the Republicans. I've been telling you all about Trump and 48 and all the rituals going on. And literally yesterday, the day leaving 48 days left in the year, it becomes the 48th time that the U.S. has a unified government. I mean, that is proof of rigged selections, rigged elections, and Kabbalistic practices, which only makes sense because, yes, D.C. is known as the Masonic City, and yes, Masonry is based in Kabbalah, and yes, all this is verifiable fact. And again, on this big accomplishment for the GOP, after the 60th election, the man Theodore Olson is dead. A tard will be like, what? Theodore Olson and Olson equals 60? Yep, it does, in the same base ciphers that we learned about from a book written in 1926. Again, tard reactions are very annoying. Oh, 2 ciphers. Yeah, that means we doubled down on it. Yeah. And again, Ted Olson equals 40 like J.D. Vance. The reason I bring it up is because, again, J.D. Vance is the youngest VP nominee since Theodore Roosevelt, a.k.a. Teddy Roosevelt, who was shot in Milwaukee, where he was nominated right after the Trump hoax. But this Theodore dies on the 104th day of J.D. Vance's age. And by the way, notice how J.D. Vance and Tim Walz are both 40 in the same cipher. J.D. Vance, 40. Tim Walz, 40. Hold on, not Walz A. Tim Walz, 40. We used that when the Vikings played the Packers. And again, dopes will be like, what do the Vikings and Packers have to do anything? Again, Tim Walz from Minnesota. J.D. Vance picked in Wisconsin. We used it to say, Lock City. Vikings are becoming 4-0 versus the Packers. Nice little payout. Been smashing NFL. Again, scripted NFL, scripted politics. Same shit every year. Dopes still haven't caught on. Again, Ted Olson. And this might be predictive programming for where we're going, too, because McKinley was shot and died, and then Teddy Roosevelt became the president, and his face is up on Mount Rushmore. And who remembers when Trump had his rally at Mount Rushmore by the numbers? Again, you guys, they drop the clues for where their script is going, okay? But yeah, he worked for the law firm Gibson Dunn, 47. Gibson Dunn, 47 and 52, like authority president, White House and government. Gibson Dunn, 119, like they're taking office with the 119th Congress. Make America Great Again, 134. Gibson and Dunn's 134 years old. He was 84. He was Reagan's lawyer until 84. Butler equals 84. Remember, Trump returned to Butler 84 days later. Same old jokes. United States of America, 84. The Jesuit Order, 84. The Catholic Church, 84. Jesuit alone, 84. Masonry, 84. That was 40 years ago that he was Reagan's lawyer. Number 40. Again, this guy's name 40. He's dead 40 years later. Ted Olson. He got Bush in there in the election that came down to his brother's state. 43rd governor of Florida gives us the 43rd president, essentially. Again, their daddy was the 43rd vice president. This guy was remembered for arguing same-sex marriage. You guys, will they overturn same-sex marriage in the time of the next Trump administration just to create a greater shockwave through society, to create greater polarization? Hey, I would not put it past them. It's a newer thing where it happened, where it was approved at the federal level. What the federal government giveth, they can taketh. And you want to create chaos in society and get people really at each other's throats. Hey, repeal same-sex marriage. Notice this man died on 68 date numerology, 68 days before Inauguration Day. Don't kid yourself. His other case was the Bush recount. So his cases are the same-sex marriage case and the Bush recount case. And again, dopes will say, oh, he had 65 cases, so why did you pick those two? Because that's the one that was in all the headlines, okay? That's why. I get tired of all the dope arguments. I mean, my work's very logical. It's like, people look at this, they'll be like, okay, fine. It said prominent conservative lawyer Ted Olson, who argued Bush recount in same-sex marriage cases, dies. But look, I'm going to look up his other cases, and look, that one didn't equal 47, and that one didn't equal. This is exactly what my trolls do. And like that flow state guy come on here, this is exactly how he argues. I'm like, okay, is that the same headline that was everywhere? Because it wasn't just CNN. Everyone marketed this guy's death that way, okay? Flow State, who just said it was too deep. Flow State, it literally came out of his mouth when I was explaining how the Cavs had their best start in 48 years the night before Trump became the latest Grover Cleveland. When we've been talking about this parallel for 8 years, because Trump had his convention in the Cavs Stadium in 2016 after LeBron won on the road King James's birthday. King James, who died at 58, that was the 58th election. Now he wins on November 5th, the day they tried to blow up King James. But again, the same Flow State guy who said this 48 stuff was too deep and too far down the rabbit hole and just looking for patterns. Well, now you got to address another correct prediction where we said he'd win the House with 218, and he does it on the day leaving 48 days left here. You got to address that and tell me how it's too far down the rabbit hole, because really I don't see this very far down at all. This is elementary math. I could explain this to a 7-year-old. I could have got this when I was 7 easy. But then again, when I was 7, apparently I was smarter than most adults because I could see that sports were rigged. And that is the problem, that there's people that are 7 that are smarter than the adults. That should never happen, but that is going on here. Wasn't one of the hit shows for a long time in America, Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? It's just the fact that that's even a show and people are blown away. They're like, oh man, I'm watching again and I'm not. Again, you guys, they're making fun of us. They know that the society's dumb. They know they can drop a flat earth psyop and get millions of people with it. Here, just have Kyrie Irving and Shaq and what other celebs did they get out there to go and say the earth was flat? Oh yeah, see, Kyrie Irving, he plays on a flat court. He knows the court is flat, so the earth is flat. And literally listen to flat earthers, they like that. They're like, how come the basketball court's flat then? I mean, you just don't even know where to start with these people. The IQs are so low. Nope, you're not smarter than a 5th grader. Hey, have you ever high dived into the wood chipper? We should try that one out. It might work. Free flat earth maps over there off the high dive. I might try that out, actually. That might have been my best idea yet in 11 years. Yeah. Again, I mean, just for the record, Solicitor General has positioned that Bush appointed to 83 like election, like murder, like the song from 1983 by the Police, Murder by Numbers, where killing is as simple as A, B, C is 1, 2, 3, and it's the sport of the elected. That pig from CT's channel, he would say that, do you hear how fast you're talking? That's a sign you're crazy. You're a pig, dude. Pigs are all low IQ losers who are proud to uphold tyrannical laws. My definition of crazy is anyone who would do that. Me, because I talk faster than you and I'm smarter than you, that's just called superior. You need to learn the difference between superior and crazy. A lot of people don't know their place. You can't find one intelligent pig anywhere. There's no such thing as a smart cop, you guys. Smart people would never serve such tyranny. Never, ever. The King of Sosa, thank you very much. And shout out to Imperius. CT, this See, everything you say is about homosexuality and you're Catholic. And you were defending. It's like, see, I look at you and I think, oh, this is one of these guys who got raped and it's ruined his life and he's super fixated on it. But he's also, he's in love with his raper. He wants to cover up for the, again, you're like a weird psychology problem. No one's terrified of you. No one's terrified of you. Here, since I do really have to get off, I'm going to give this guy one more shot. And I'm going to make the list shorter. Okay, we're just going to have these words up here. We're going to have these words up here. You get to come on one more time and explain who did this. Well, we're just going to keep it simple: gospel, parables, Messiah, cross, Jesus, and we'll add Jewish too, since it's from Judea, and we'll add Joshua too, since that's the English translation of Jesus, and fine, gematria in English as well, because that's the Kabbalistic practice of coding numbers into words, which all comes back to energy. Again, watch what any rabbi says about gematria. They say it all comes back to energy. Spirituality obviously has a lot to do with energy. Hermeticism, what you put your mind to. Spirituality conditions your mind to think a certain way, believe a certain way. I need you to come on and explain to me. And you know what? We got to put one more up here too, because holiday is with holy day, and it's related to this. And Jesus has several holy days. But again, you got to come on one more time, guy who is a proud defender of the Catholics, who doesn't know his history and can't admit his place. I just want you to come on and tell me how that's a coincidence. And if not, who else would have done it other than the Catholic Church, who the English language is credited to? Again, an alphabet that was standardized with 26 letters. At the same time, the Jesuit priest Christopher Clavius implemented the calendar. So a little bit simpler list, a little bit more streamlined. And here, come on here, Imperius. Come on here and just answer the question. If you can't do it, then I just think you're a troll and your butt hurt. That's what I think. So you get one more. Oh, he's in here. All right, he's in here. Here he goes. All right, take two.
So wait, did you just say the English language was created by the Jesuits in Rome?
I said the oldest English script goes back to the monk Burfirth of Ramsey Abbey from the year 1011 AD.
No, sir. How is English created? How is the language?
Question. English was standardized as a 26-letter alphabet at the same historical moment that the Gregorian calendar was implemented by the Jesuit priest Christopher Clavius. These things happened at the same time. And the calendar.
First, the Jesuit priests weren't involved in the calendar. That was a Gregorian calendar by the Franciscans.
That's the calendar I'm talking about.
No, but that's the Franciscans.
Calendar.
Yeah, that's the Franciscans, because Gregory was a Franciscan. You're stupid. You are very.
Okay. What is he talking about? Christopher Clavius is a Jesuit priest who gave us the 52-week calendar in tribute to the Pope. The word Pope equals 52 in the same cipher. Again, he comes on. Listen, I asked you to answer the question. There's a lot of secrecy around the English language, and it's unclear who got the final say and how it got standardized as a 26-letter alphabet, because anybody who's ever looked into English knows that it's had different variations with different amounts of letters. So again, using the information that's there, it is true that it was standardized with 26 letters. It is true that the oldest English script goes back to the church. Is it not intuitive to say that it was very likely the Jesuits who had something to do with this standardization that happened at the same time as the calendar? Because again, Pope is 52, like the 52-week calendar named in tribute to the Pope. And you saying understand, there's a fine line between the Franciscans and the Jesuits. The Franciscans were the precursor to the Jesuits, and that's why this whole war in Russia and Ukraine, a lot of Jesuit rituals leading up to it, and then the war officially began on the anniversary of the Franciscans being created February 24th, which is the same day in history that the calendar was implemented. So I'm not discounting there are other Catholic sects that are a part of this, but the point ultimately is that this all leads back to the church. So if it's not the Catholic Church that set up this calendar and language and made this code, because I don't know who else would pay tribute to Jesus like this. Again, it's the Catholic Church that reinvented the name Yeshua as Jesus. Then tell me who did it. And without all the insults and things, because you're saying things that I don't necessarily disagree with, but you're not answering the question, which to me tells me that you kind of conceded the point. So here, one more try.
Sir, you need to take risperidol to allow people to answer.
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, because, sir, do you know what apophenia is?
That's not what this is.
Yes, it is. That's what you have, sir. You have a medical condition. You need to take risperidol.
So can you answer the question?
No, I will. But the thing is you don't come and have people on to answer questions that you want them to answer. That's called autism. So again, I will answer, sir. No, hold on. You've talked for hours, sir. At kind of
yeah. That's because this is where I present logical information, try to wake people up to agendas that are undeniable. You have no knowledge on this. You just came into this the other day and you think you know it all. So he's saying what a lot of trolls have said. Apophenia. This is actually what my sister also accuses. So my sister thinks the same way as this guy. My sister, who's also religious like this guy is. Apophenia is the tendency to see connections or patterns in random or unrelated things. Again, he's not going to. Here, I'm going to do a shorter list to see if we can get him to answer. Okay, we're going to do this one. Energy, weapon, nuclear. Okay, we're going to do just those three, and we're going to come back to this. The Manhattan Project is where the development of nuclear weapons came out of. The World Trade Centers were on the 74th meridian west. They called the site Ground Zero after those buildings were turned into dust. Took a lot of energy to do that. Those were massive buildings. Some of the biggest buildings that ever existed just turned to dust. And then they called it Ground Zero, which is terminology that came from the Manhattan Project for the development and then the use of hydrogen, atomic, and nuclear bombs. And again, Bill Clinton stopped the 50 years underground weapons testing program of hydrogen, atomic, and nuclear bombs. It was almost 50 years when he came into office in 93. And then shortly after that, you had the 93 World Trade Center bombing, and they worked under the towers for months. And then eventually, after those nearly 50 years of testing, again, my theory is that the devices were planted under those buildings that had been developed with the timer set for September 11, 2001. But anyway, again, you're saying that there's no connection here. Again, we're talking about buildings that were on the 74th meridian. And mind you, September 11th is New Year's Day on the Coptic Christian calendar. And there are plenty of historians who think that that is real Jesus' birthday because the signs in the Bible point to the summer, which September 11th falls in the Northern Hemisphere. But again, you're coming with insults, talking about medication. I've never been medicated in my life. I knew 9/11 was a lie. I knew it was a number ritual. When I found Gematria, I just said, man, this stuff really makes a lot of sense. The Trinity test has the 74 encode all over it. But again, you need to come back and tell me how nuclear weapon and energy all line up. And the World Trade Centers were on the 74th meridian, and they did call the site Ground Zero. And just for the record, Ground Zero equals 127, and it was buildings 1, 2, and 7 that fell, and they call it the new Pearl Harbor, like Pearl Harbor's on December 7th, and it was that war that ended with the use of atomic/nuclear weapons and Pearl Harbor with kamikaze pilots. But anyway, just for your mind, how are these just coincidences that can just be dismissed and you can say, that's just apophenia, and you're connecting things that aren't there? Because really, Manhattan Project and Ground Zero go together. The number code goes together. The coordinates of the World Trade Center go together. So again, defend yourself. You come with attacks, unwarranted statements, but can't answer any of my questions. That's what I see.
It's very simple. When you take a large enough data set, you can find similarities between anything. What you've done is taken the data of every single interaction of the human condition. No, sir. Are you going to let me talk? Are you going to be autistic? Do I get to talk? Are you going to be autistic? You going to be autistic? Risperidol. Relax.
Hold on, anything though.
Risperidol. Relax. Now, first of all, if I could take every single data set that you're talking about. I could take every single what you call coincidence, and I could pull it out of a data set from a computer at any time and still get those data sets. What does that say? I could pull out those data, those amalgamations of numbers and those patterns of numbers are infinitely repeated through data all the time. I could pull out the data of my company and see those exact same numbers. And does that mean I can pull and make comparative analysis between data sets that have nothing to do with each other?
Yeah, I'm not going to listen to this shit. You can listen to that and be a dunce, or you can do what we're doing, like pat our pockets. I remember the other year when Aaron Rodgers was playing on Christmas, and Aaron Rodgers' nickname is Touchdown Jesus, and I forget if he was on the road or at home, but he could pick up his 74th win in that game, and we said, oh, this is Lock City on Christmas. Touchdown Jesus for the 74th win. So again, you look at the NFL, they play for the Jesuit Lombardi Trophy. Again, all the American sports credited to members of these secret societies. American football credited to the Mason Walter Camp. Again, Masonic, occult. Again, these things aren't an accident, you guys. You break out the base ciphers. What are the odds that Jesus would be 74 in the most simple, but then also Jesus Christ is 74? And George Washington, again, George Washington has a tomb like Jesus and a mural up on top of the ceiling looking down through the clouds like Jesus. George Washington, the Mason, in a city where they play God by a Kabbalistic code. Again, you can look at all this and say, oh, respiritual. Oh, you're just making patterns where they aren't there. Or you can have a brain. You can have a brain and be like, damn, this guy's killing sports. This guy's hitting futures like we never seen before. He's making calls on the market like we ain't never seen on crypto. He doesn't even do crypto. Again, you can be that guy, the butthurt Catholic, who wants to accuse people of things that he's wrong about, not answer questions, talk straight bullshit out of your mouth. Just straight bullshit, you guys. He just said he can make anything equal 74. Nope, you can't. You can't. And what I'm presenting is perfectly logical. And the way they love to pair hey, try this one out. Try this one out. If everything equals 74, if everything can equal 74, tell me this. Why is it that only one of the 50 states equals 74? And you know what? Spend your own time proving me wrong. Out of the 50 states, only one equals 74. And you know what's funny about Oregon? It's the 33rd state. Just like how the World Trade Centers came down 33 years after construction began, like how they always pair this 74 and 33. Hey, you learn this, you'll be patting your pockets in rig sports. When 74 and 33 align in sports, smash, smash. You know, I heard that guy drives an old Camry. They're making fun of you, drives an old shitty car. Hey, if you feel bad about the old shitty Camry you drive, try applying the knowledge. You can probably afford a new car in a matter of weeks, okay? I'm just going to put it that way if you really want to get down with it. I mean, you got to take some risks, but hey, you can keep saying this is all a coincidence, or you can learn about the patterns and who's doing it and why they happen over and over again and why they encoded it in your false history, your fake religion. See, you're a butthurt religious guy too. And that also tells me about your level of ineptitude. I mean, there's not really any smart religious people. You can pretend like you're smart, but you're not. You're not smart. You don't know your place. You're a loser. Okay? You're a loser. I mean, this is the kind of stuff you say. You call people names. You're so fixated on homosexuality, but I bet there's no woman in your life. Like my wife's just right over here, pregnant, about to give birth to a child. I'm guessing you have no successful relationships, not much financially. You're an online troll. You feel like being on the internet and talking shit about you gives you some kind of validation. You're just another loser. Point blank, period. Okay? Couldn't answer any questions today. You got schooled. You got smoked yesterday on your home base. You got smoked. Don't come onto my channel and think it's going to be better. But no, I'm not going to let you talk anymore because you're not saying anything. You're just denying. Cognitive dissonance. Worthless. Waste of time. Belong in the wood chipper. All right. I went way overboard, you guys. And yeah, I got to move on. I got to go decode the sports. I got to help men make money who have brains and can recognize and discern what's true and what's not. Dope like you. Here's a question to answer, Dope. If this work's all bullshit, then why is it that since my Patreon's launched, it's had a big following? Do you know how much bigger it would be if YouTube had not deleted my channel and censored me and destroyed me in the algorithm? Do you know how many views we used to get back in 2016 and 2017? I used to have a lot of haters like you in the comments getting proven wrong, and then they just disappeared. They got shown up too many times. It's going to happen to you too if you hang around. Stop projecting, okay? never been on pharmaceuticals, never been gay. And like I said, I don't know you either, but I'm betting my assumptions are right. I'm betting there's no woman there. I'm betting there's no history of any kind of successful relationship. I didn't want to gloat about my success. I never had a woman leave me in their life, okay? I got a really class act woman. Those don't come to losers, okay? Don't accuse me of nothing. Get tired of all these weirdos and inferior people thinking they got something. You don't. And you're a Trump guy as well, aren't you? That says a lot right there. And maybe that's what it is for these loser cut type of men, you know? Somehow they're, I mean, just as I can't even imagine about fantasizing about wanting to be like an ugly, sorry ass dude like the Donald has to paint himself orange. You know, if he wasn't born with a silver spoon in his mouth, there'd be no women. There probably still is no women. I'm not even sure there's anything in those pants with those tiny hands. It wouldn't surprise me 2 bits if that was a gender bender right there. It could be a tall woman. A lot of you men idolize. You might be idolizing a tall gender bender. Don't kid yourself. All right. I'm out of here, Truth Seeker. Till next time.